Hello, folks. Welcome back. It is day 84. As per the Duolingo tradition, keeping this streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, there's a big proverbial elephant in the room on screen. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. For now, we're going to do total recall. And related to what's in front of me right now, we are going to review the new unit 5, so section 3, unit 5, and the topic is talk about a college town, right? So let's practice our total recall for the time being. All right, this one I encountered a lot of sound production in interesting sound production struggles. One would be the one straight off the top of my head would be Sotsukyo. Yeah, Sotsukyo and suru. Sotsukyo suru, right? Graduate. It's a little better today, right? Put in some practice. Get used to filling out the sound. So Sotsukyo, or Sotsukyo. No, yeah, Sotsukyo, yeah. Sotsukyo, Sotsukyo. At least that's how I'm gonna go about it. Has Duo switched up the Japanese course on you recently? It has. We're about to talk about it once I finish my total recall. They shuffled me around the course today, and I swear they did that just a few months ago. They did, to some extent. I'll explain. At least I'll explain from my perspective in a bit. I actually took lots of notice of the course structure, and I can explain something from my perspective. I'm only on section 3, but we'll see how it lines up with your thoughts, Inkwolf. Thanks for mentioning it. Right now I'm just doing my early 15-minute practice on recalling what I learned yesterday. But yes, indeed. It was today. It was at midnight. Or not midnight, but 3 a.m. my time, but midnight. Oh wait, actually it was midnight. Yeah, here. You went from having no stories to 3, back to none? Interesting. Alright. Interesting. I can explain that in a bit. Actually, well, actually, maybe not. I'll have to scroll down to have some theories in design. Sotsukyo suru. What was the other predicate? There's another predicate. Let's see. Oh no, not really. Oh wait, there was. Shimarimasu. Those are the two predicates. All right, let's pull off locations, nouns. We have inaka. Drugstore. Shopping center. I have to write this one. Oh, whoops. Oops. I did it again. It's fine. Stroke order. Fine. Sensei. Right. Sensei. How can I write well? Oh, you. Yeah, I'm using a tablet pen. Yep. Like you write so well with the mouse. Yeah, no. Say no to mice. There are some very skilled people who play a game called OS that could have the coordination that I'm doing here, but definitely I'm a pen person. I draw quite a lot, so I leverage that here. Yo, Indy, yo. We have a lot to talk about Indy, as well as Inkwolf here. It's coming up. I typically do this first, like recall without context using my long-term memory, before we go into something to talk about. Sensei was introduced finally, even though it's technically two kanji put together that we already have. Speaking of new kanji, I suppose. Oops. That is a mistake stroke. Okay. It's too big. Yeah, it's always kind of it's kind of funny because the kanji that is used in Oki I wrote tiny. That's it. Okay, and then we have was it 2 or 1? I feel like it was 2. There's a chance it's 2. Oh yeah, no, it's 3 actually. It's 3. My bad. Daigaku. Daigaku. What else? College town. College town. Coal. We're trying to reach 15 here. I think there was 20 yesterday. 20-ish. I'm trying to reach 15 here. Coal. 15 elements anyways. Shinsetsu. Shinsetsu. Probably MVP word for me from yesterday. Shinsetsu. Yeah. Shinsetsu. No, there was not elementary school. Cookie. Stagia. Stagia. Also, the secondary meaning for koto. I don't remember learning some of these words, so it's nice that you're going through the lessons again. We have to talk about that soon, actually. I might have to review the older lessons soon as part of my evaluation of Duolingo's constant changes. Yeah. So hold on to your hats. I'm almost done. I need 2 more. I'm pretty sure I've covered most of them. And I wanted to share this Inkwell for those who have followed me for a couple days now. This section in the beginning, after I do new section, right? This is the old structure because the structure got changed again. I usually do 3 days every unit. The first unit is first half, then second half, then the review, and then on the 3rd day, I write in Japanese, completely in Japanese, for the review before starting a new unit. But this is day 1, so I'm reviewing total recall, no need, like nothing from outside is influencing my recall to see how much I remember. And I tend to aim for 90%, which on average, each section has 20 new words, 20-ish new words / grammar points and stuff. And I'm trying to recall at least 15 to 20 of them if I can. So this is the part where I spent the first 15 minutes to 30 minutes trying to see where I still need context for reinforcing. So these are the words so far. Oh, hey, Lotus. Got the new update. Yeah. Lotus, hold on, Lotus. I disagree, sort of, but yes and no. Hold on. All right, I have a lot of thoughts because I followed the structure. Hold on, Lotus. Still got 2 more things. Let me think. Get back in the closet, Lotus. Get back in the closet. I'll let you out when I'm ready. You too, Indy. Ink, you're fine. You can stay out here. Let's see. 2 more. Do I have 2 more elements? Oh, wait. We have key, right? We have key finally, and as a standalone. Oh, I remember stuff. Ginko, and Chubin Kyoku. No, Yubin Kyoku. All right, we're good. I think this is fine. We crossed our 15 mark. All right, so this was the review for our first introduction to talking about a college town, which is great because I actually, in my college time, I actually grew up in a college town. Actually, in my formal education, I actually grew up in two college towns. And you can put in other parts of college towns are like restaurant, right? Restaurant. Eigakan. There's usually an eigakan of some sort. Like banks and post office is a good one. Actually, it's a very good one. And then we can put in like Michi, right? There's a main street. Like I don't know how to say main right now, but you know. So okay. That's a good review of our yesterday's first exposure to without context, right? And then now let's talk about the elephant in the middle of the room. So I saw this as I was pulling it up just now, like a few minutes ago. So it took me a little time to process. So let's go back here and let's use section 1 as an example. So originally section 1, before the review, actually when I started, section 1 actually had 8 units in the old structure. So what did the old structure look like outside of the first one? The old structure was typically when you solidify, the most common structure is N1, R1, N2, R2. I started it 84 days ago. No, it had 8. The old section actually had 8 units. Yeah. That, like, 8 units. So it had 8 units. But since then it had 5 units before yesterday. So now it had 5 units, okay? Now it currently has 10 units. All right. And then actually the first structure, the lesson sets, the first 2 were a bit abbreviated. Okay, the first 2 are a little bit abbreviated. And the structure, this is the lesson set structure. The most common lesson set structure for the section 1 and half of section 2. Section 1 and half of section 2 is N1, R1, N2, R2. So it's new 1, the first half, a review of the first half, new 2, a second set, and R2, a review of the second set. And then in this, there's a personalized practice, P1. There's a chance there's a P1 in between here. And then there's another P2 position. Occasionally you get 2 personalized practice or 1, okay? So yeah, it's getting there. It's pretty obvious once you go over the section, right? So then you get R1 again, you get R2, and then the final trophy, the end, I call it F1. That is the structure. With the occasional, like, there was a few gates here to introduce other things. Those are one-offs, okay? Those are one-offs. So this was the structure. And then after section 2, halfway through section 2, they swapped up a structure that I didn't like. It was weird, and I had to fix my schedule around it. And I talked about it a lot of times, and they actually solved that problem. So before we get there, halfway through section 2, I noticed that here you take this whole structure, and what happens for section 2 is they swap this. They swapped this position here. So it ended up reviewing section 1, right? R1 again before going to R2. So for a while, my structure was, this is day 1. So I do these 2 in day 1. And then I do these 2 in day 2. And then I do the last 3 in day 3. And then total recall would be in English for day 1. Total recall would be in English in day 2, the following day. And day 3, it would be Japanese writing, right? I would write everything in Japanese on screen, right? As I'm counting. That was the current structure. But halfway through section 2, I had to readjust. And I just literally started doing that. As in, I do N1 and R1 in day 2. And then I did this. I did the next 3 sections. So I can at least review N2. So that I can do the review again, right? Because I need a double exposure to retain 90%. At least that's where my threshold is. Halfway through section 2. But now, today, it has been updated. And I can talk about a lot of things now. So, for example, as you're going through, you notice outside of the one-offs, like these one-offs, right? The gate one-offs, all the sections are normalized now. And they're split in half. So for each unit, there used to be 2 topics. And that's why there was I say N1 and N2. Now there's only 1. They are split. So when unit 1, section 1 had 5 sections or 5 units, it now has 10 units. But it used to have 8 units, but the 3 units were moved to section 2. And I have a video when I was reviewing that. I literally know because I had to review all the units every 25 days. So now all the units have doubled. So they basically split up N1 and N2, and then they added R1, R2, and R3 with an F1. So this is the structure now. And then what they do is they put in a P1. So now every unit largely has an N1, a review 1, personalized practice, 2 more reviews, and then a final trophy, which is a F1, which is the summary. Now here's, I want to get even deeper than this. I actually have enough of an eidetic memory. My memory is good enough to tell you that it used to be when you had N1, like if you had N1 and N2s, and then R1s and R2s, there are usually 3 pools of like prompts, like 3 pools of prompts of R1, and there used to be 2 pools, in my opinion, 2 pools of prompts for R2. So what I mean by that is when you do the first prompt, it pulls from a specific group, or sorry, actually, I lied. It's 2 and 1 outside of the trophy, plus the trophy. The trophy is unique, but in R1, when you do R1, it's a specific pool, and then the second time you encounter it, it's the same pool of prompts. And then the third time you encounter is a unique pool. So the first 2 pools, there are 3 R1 practices, and there are 2 R2 practices. And then in that, there are only 2 unique pools. So when you review the first 2 times of R1, the R1, you know all the answers already, like because they're pulling from a similar pool of prompts. Meanwhile, R2 just feels the same the entire time until the trophy. The trophy is a unique pool, right? So now what's so interesting to me is I'm curious if they decided to normalize it so that the N2 also has 2 unique pools, or they swapped it up completely. Oh, yeah, I'll add you. Oh, 1 second. How long does it take for this to refresh? Sometimes it takes a while to refresh. Oh, nope, there we go. There you go. So now we're going back to this. Now I'm really curious. I'm so curious. Oh, and also it's not even, sometimes it's even shorter. So they're going between N1, so they're using N, right? The N1, and then I haven't gotten to stories yet. So when you get to stories, which we'll scroll down in a bit, it's probably going to replace one of the R1s, right? So then you have R1, then you have P1 right now. So it's a slight variant of all these things. And P1, and then you're going to have R2, which is the second review now of this. So we no longer need to use numbers. It's the topic, the story, probably, plus or minus, right? And the reason why mine is not that long is because I haven't gotten stories yet, right? So story is not in here. So it's plus or minus stories. And then we have the R1, the P1, and then the R2, and then the trophy. Right? Now, my question is, I'm kind of curious if these 2 are now unique pools, right? Are unique pools. Because what would happen is now it feels less repetitive, right? Before, it used to be 2, the first 2 is the same pool of prompts. And it gets a little hairy because it gets a little redundant, right? And now they actually already have 2 unique pools to begin with. So now I'm curious if every topic has 2 unique pools to reduce redundancy. And then they're pulling, practice got better, by the way. Practice also changed between sections. So practice, personalized practice, I already noticed that it changed up how they group personalized practice. But this is going to be cool because what that does, that means that I can break up in 2 days per unit, maybe, or I might be able to do it in 1 day. So now I have to swap up all my schedules. What is my name? It's the same name as my YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, hi. Yeah, yeah. Hello there. So right now I'm really curious how they swap it up. Did they create 3 unique pools, like outside trophy? You know what I mean? So is the new structure, which I love, by the way. I've been kind of sort of complaining about this a little bit, and it's a sheer coincidence. I don't, by the way, these coincidences make me really happy. Obviously I'm not that important, and I also don't work for Duolingo, by the way, but my recent criticisms, they basically answered it. They basically answered the question. I wonder what actually makes them believe you're a section further. What do you mean by I'm a section further? Oh, you mean like how they broke up the section? As in like how they decide if you're in section 1, section 2, or section 3? I mean, like, what changes between section? Yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah, but what is the how do they segregate the sections? Yeah, I agree. It's not quite clear because there's no I could not think of why they segregate it and suddenly it becomes section 2 and section 3. However, if you look at the practice, the biggest difference between section 1 and section 2, oh no, it's not even that. Yeah, they arbitrarily decided when you think that you have enough exposure from hiragana and katakana. But yeah, I actually have no idea why they stopped it there. And they changed it, remember? Like for me, section 1 stopped here at yeah, section 1 stopped at public transit. Oh, sorry. No, my bad. Right here. Right here. Sorry. It stopped at order food and drink. So, dude, I know this because remember that the first time I reviewed, I got I know this because of where my legend is, where the legend stopped, because of how free Duolingo and stuff super showed up. So if it's split in seconds, it's probably order food and drink is when the first section ended for me originally, and then it got moved. So the first 6 units were part of section 1 before, and then since they're moved over here. That's why it's still running on legend up to this point. Yeah, and then now you have all these things. So, and there's no structure difference because personalized, the only thing that changes is personalized practice gets added into it, and then a second set is being added, a second review is added to every new unit, or every new unit, because now every new unit stands alone, as opposed to having N1 and N2 coupled together. So now I'm curious if they went back and added 2 different an extra pool to every second unit. So like usually unit 5 will have 3 pools, and technically unit 6 would only have 2 pools of prompts. So I'm curious if they also went back and added 3 pools, since every structure is the same. So we'll find out. I'm really excited, actually. So far, I'm likely to believe that what I've already done is still the same, the N1 and R1. And then I'm likely thinking this is R2, and this is the trophy, right? So these constitute 3 pools of prompts. I like to believe that these pool prompts are going to look substantially different from these. So like they don't equal each other. It's not, Lotus. I know, it's not. And also, by the way, it also differs slightly between these sections as well. And I don't know if it's because they changed all of them or they didn't. In section 1, what I'm describing is absolutely true. But because section 2, you have more stuff, there's some overlap between pool 1 and pool 2. In section 3, no, I get that. I get that. But that, it's not, okay, Lotus. It's not what pool is assigned to each one. It's how many pools there are in the selection. So like, I don't think there's more than 2 or 3. So regardless is what I'm saying. It also doesn't choose between the thing. I don't think there's more than 3. If you're making an argument that there's more than 3, then sure, I agree. Like if you think there's more than 3, then that's fair actually, because I don't know what it is like in section 4, but in section 2 it almost feels like there were less because I had repeats. So what I mean by that is there are times where if it hits the same pool, I clearly know that I already know the answers, and that's kind of unfortunate. The only problem here with my thought is I don't know if section 3 already had more things, right? If they already had many unique pools, right? If they had many unique pools already, right? Because you have more vocabulary and stuff. And then this just naturally had less pools. And then when it was in section 1, it was like the same the whole time. Like it felt like it's the same because it's limited. You know what I mean? Right? So maybe they were scaling up. But the problem is I can't know that. It's too difficult. And you're in a later section too. So I have no idea how many. You might actually know. You might actually argue there might be like 4 or 5. Right? And then in the kanji section, right, in the in the character section, you know exactly how many pools there are. There's only one pool for each interaction, each intersection. The one writing prompt for each of the new ones, all the recurring kanji only has one pool for them. So even though the choices, right, like the choices in the prompts could be shuffled. They could be shuffled. Like I don't know, a day and ni could be shuffled, or like the pairs could be shuffled, but inherently they are pulling in the same prompt order. So they're not exactly identical. I'm actually kind of curious in the future if this changes. In section 2, I actually think there might be less. It might be actually 2 pools. But that's what I mean. Just to clarify, like different pools. There might be more as you're going. Like they might have already designed that, and I have no idea. It would be great if I knew everything before changes. So it's also hard to know now what I say about section 1. I have no idea if what I say about section 1 and section 2 are accurate anymore. If you know what I mean. So it would be kind of cool, in my opinion, to speedrun. Fictitious was joking, but it would be kind of cool to speedrun it over again and and see how the structure has changed, like the other stuff. Oh, and I also did that before, by the way. You made a great point. So like here's a great example. Here's a great example, and I'll probably tell you, like, you probably already guessed all of this, Lotus, by what you just said. You can get questions from different pools by exiting out of the lesson. For example, um, you know, scores, right? Lots of people score, so this is a game after all. So how do you mechanically score a lot? Well, you exit and enter. Like for example, the kanji, right? The kanji is separated even more in Japanese, the kanji. So this, you can pick a prompt, which this chapter is a good example, the hito prompt. The pool only consists of two possible groups. This right here, associating jiugatsu with do, right? So you have a 50-50 swing. It might even be weighted, by the way. 50-50 swing. So when you exit, you can land on hito. And then you do hito. Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
You can complete this 5 times faster than the other prompt. But you know what the pools are. There are only 2 groups set. Yeah, I know. I knew you were getting to that, Ink Wolf, because you've already paid attention to the structure. So things like that, and then it links to what Lotus is saying. There are only 2 possible choices, and this system actually works for the unit structure. The hard thing to determine is how many pools there are per se. And my estimates are there are only enough pools for each occurrence of repetition. So since there are 2 repetitions, right, 2 R1 and R2, they likely at least try to get 2 pools of knowledge. In my opinion, from a design standpoint, if they add a 3rd repetition, you would likely say, oh yeah, but let's increase the number of pools, because you don't want it to become samey too much. That's the idea. However, it doesn't mean you can't land on the same pool multiple times. And the way I estimated pools is because of doing the lessons as they go, as opposed to going back and clicking on it, right? Clicking on the lesson and then refreshing, clicking on the lesson and refreshing to see what the exact number of pools are. And also, I don't know how they number generate the possibility of which ones they're going to bring up, but in kanji section, it's literally unique to everything. So you can predictably know how many pools there are. And that's kind of why it's so kind of obvious. And if you're gaming the game, so if you're playing Duolingo like a game, these are the things that will show up so regularly to people who play video games. And inherently, in my opinion, personally, you become complacent, like all the stuff that I discussed before. You become complacent and you end up learning less. So it becomes, like most people criticize Duolingo, people are really good at patterns. They are so good at patterns. Duolingo does something that's really, really well, but the problem here that Duolingo is facing is that their audience are really good at looking at patterns. So if you give them a goal, they'll stray away from the other, like, objectives of Duolingo, which is to get someone to learn something. Well, they did learn something, just happens to be not the thing that they went out of their vision to learn. So they've been trying all these different other methods, but think about how much content they have to generate. So I think over time the pools are increasing. I like to think in the future, as time goes on, it's kind of like any other live service model. Like, for example, when you're playing PUBG or Call, Warzone, eventually there will be so many maps, as in pools, that maybe you won't get redundant and you can't like game the system and whatnot. But generally speaking, yeah, the dark side of emergent gameplay, basically. I wish the kanji practice where you primarily write the kanji involved more than one kanji at a time. Yeah, repetition is important, but without variety, yeah, there's no challenge. Yeah, so if you're taking the perspective of novelty, I talked about this, like the last 2 days when someone asked me, if you wrote something 1,000 times, would you recognize it more? Well, it's a bell curve. Repetition and novelty comes at an intersection on a bell curve. When it's too repetitious, you become complacent and you don't learn anymore. When it's novelty, in the early novelty phase, you'll learn inherently because it's new. However, at an intersection, that's usually what happens, in my opinion, obviously. And the way I use to retain this information is, instead of having Duolingo do this, I am doing this manually myself. So I'm trying to bring in outside information in order to engage myself, as opposed to, you can go into almost all these lessons and ace them, but when it comes to recalling, it's you're very slow. I'm about to get there, basically. For me, I go very slow, but I recall most of it, because novelty and engagement slows you down. If you ace them and you continue to ace them at your own pace, this is relative. We're not comparing apples and oranges between two people. If your normal pace speeds up and you become more efficient, that doesn't necessarily mean your recall is going to be faster. At some point of repetition, without the dynamics of like engagement, or if you don't self-impose engagement, since the tool doesn't, you still reach a level of complacency. You're bootstrapping through the thing. And that was a big concern for me in Duolingo's design, but that's what makes it consistent. When you do something consistently, it's consistent. Personally, when I have a 2x multiplier, I speed through, but otherwise I write each and every question in Japanese in a notebook, and I find it when I learn best by far. Yeah. So for me, I do all the lesson sets as slowly as possible with as many forms of introduction of engagement. Well, actually, for me, every 25 days or so, I swap up the way I take in the input in Duolingo. And at the end of every lesson, the 2x multiplier comes up. At the every end of 2 lessons, I actually bootstrap through kanji and hope that I land on the writing section of each. So I go to the kanji section. I gotcha. It's a personal game of mine that I do. When I hit the 2x at every lesson set, I gotcha for the writing section. So I hit this practice button until I gotcha for the writing section. And then I move backwards. And then move backwards. And continue to move backwards going up. If I get lucky, I'll get through all my kanji writing section at least 1 repetition, right? While being bootstrapped in the intellectual overlap between the already used kanji, like the multiplying kanji. And then I start over the next day. I continue doing that. Start over the next day. So if they manage to give me 3 sections, there's a chance I can get back all the way to the beginning. If not, the ones in the beginning are the ones that I are most efficient at remembering, because I have the most practice. As the list gets longer and longer, the ones earlier and earlier will end up being normalized to the frequency of the the newer ones. So the newer ones will always be prioritized in bootstrapping in terms of writing. So that's my current structure for knowing the kanji. And so far, I think all the reviews, I've written every single kanji in the order that they occurred, with a few exceptions, right? So that's how I bootstrap with 2x, just making the gamified thing, that the small pools and the repetition, to my advantage, because during that time I'm doing most of this, right? So to break the tedium, or potentially that I will naturally become complacent by sticking to these things. At the end of each lesson, it's a different form of engagement. So much like the way games are introduced, right? They are structured in a manner that you go back and forth between different types of inputs, right? And then during these lessons, I use different forms of input that isn't supplied by Duolingo. So I talk about other things or make other comments. The idea is over time, every 25 days is where I say my competency over time drops because of tedium. So what happens is every 25 days, I add a new form of input that I am voluntarily doing and not Duolingo. Maybe they'll introduce something else in the future that engages me, so that will be added to the thing. The idea is that I put a hard stop, a soft cap on 25 days. I must do something new. Or I must add something. Or I change something and then come back to it. So far, I haven't done something that slowed me down so much that I need to discard something or pick something, and then I would rotate, kind of like a fitness program. I would rotate my circuits, right? Rotate circuits. The next 25 days, I might not do certain things anymore if it's too oversaturated because of interest of time. Then go back to it the next 25 days, etc. And that's kind of how I do physical activity, write papers, talk to people, play video games. Pretty much all my life cycle tends to the balance between novelty and complacency. Life is colorful until it's not. If you do something so efficiently, you're doing the same thing over and over again. So the idea is at some point I'm not saying yours is 25 days or what you should do. I can't provide that answer. But the idea is start with awareness. Start with the awareness of establishing when you become complacent. For your goals, whatever your goals are. For me, my goals are stay engaged. That's it. Like it's not being fluent in Japanese. Sorry, folks, but it's not fluent in Japanese. Japanese just happens to be the bonus thing that I'm doing right now. My goal is to communicate and show that I'm constantly engaged, and I'm always trying to do something more than hey guys, I'm here. This is day 84. I'm going to grind the same thing I've done in the last 83 days. Enjoy. And then, the person stops talking. Eventually, they stop having internal monologues. They start worrying about numbers. And then they start crunching for efficiency. And that's kind of my spiel right now, going into 84. And I love live service models because even if you are lazy, as in even if someone doesn't like to come up with their own ideas or make things fun for them and stuff, live service tends to change, right? Because they're a live service. So cue the MMORPG cycle, right? Cue the freemium cycle. Whatever it is, there will be a potential change that can reinvigorate. Lots of people leave a live service game, wait for the update, then come back to a live service game, and they're immediately caught up. Then they go on and juggle other live service stuff. So these are the things that I feel Duolingo is in a great position to leverage. However, However, I think the people at Duo wasn't ready for the emergent gamer population. Like, what I mean is they underestimate in a way, but maybe not foreseen because it's emergent, right? That a bigger critical mass is required to offset efficiency. Like, even people who they're not even aware of this stuff, like, oh, I'm tracking my pool, oh, this seems the same and stuff, they can intuit this stuff. Like, kids are crazy. Like, that's what I mean by when someone says, I'm not learning anything with Duolingo, and I'm like, well, what were you trying to learn? And they say something like Japanese, and I wanted to become fluent, right? But then they describe why. I asked, why aren't they learning? And they described basically learning. But what I mean by that is they learned something that didn't really help them with recalling, but they were so good at doing the other things that they learned, as in like gaming patterns, and how to like snore, like basically not even look at it's. I describe it with my Neverwinter thing. It became a habit that it's like drinking coffee, it's like drinking water. That's what Duo does so well. It makes it feel like it's habit. It's like effortless, right? The problem with that is, these kids, I imagine they can do the lessons like without even looking anymore. Just go through and do a tap cycle. Like, if you have super, you don't have hearts, right? You don't have hearts, do a tap cycle, and then they get their dopamine, their feedback, XP go up. It's great. And I honestly think that is what Duo has to fight. It's crazy how well talented people can not even be aware that they're becoming complacent, and they can still go through all the lessons, see all the points, but rarely ever be aware that their engagement has actually like tanked completely. And the difference here is when it's novel, you are engaged for information. When it becomes complacent, you are engaging for dopamine. And what I mean by that is you are engaging for comfort. So yes, you still get, this is not a progress chart. This is a intake, like an input chart, right? But your progress and your efficiency is gonna continue to climb, like until a specific plateau, like here. And then when you reach that plateau, the feeling you get is my speed hasn't changed. My speed hasn't changed at all anymore. I'm getting diminished returns. And then at the same time, it's combined with a low input comprehension. So not only does it feel like your speed didn't change significantly, you also took in less. There's lower comprehension over time. And this is a recipe for disaster right here, in my opinion. It makes people feel really bad. And I think Duo has a tough battle against itself. Like, this is what Duo stage in their development cycle is facing. Combating the super talented ability, in my opinion, of most humans to become almost unawarely efficient, and at the same time their consternation with being very efficient. I'm just curious why. So you are working so hard every day, you deserve more viewers. Thanks Platinum. I'm just Here's why. How you get motivated doing it for so long? What I'm saying here, Platinum. What I'm saying here. I stay motivated because I'm constantly there's something new every day. Like this, I just spent what, almost an hour now, or like I spent like 30 to 40 minutes talking about this. It's incredibly fascinating, in my opinion. It's incredible. Your girlfriend is learning French in your girlfriend is learning French in Duo, and there's no kanji practice equivalent there, and she wonders how I get XP so fast. Yeah. There's also something in Spanish. I was curious too. I actually spectated. So a lot of people, followed me, and I have leaderboards and stuff. There's something in the Spanish course as well. Both from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. That is incredibly efficient. So yeah, I don't talk about the gamification stuff too much, but I look at patterns too. Right, I am a gamer as well. Gaming and in general has learning properties. So if I was farming XP, my stream will look very different. If the goal is, if someone challenged me, it's like, oh, how do you optimize and learn for XP? I could do that too, in my opinion. However, for me, my bonus focus here is to learn Japanese. So most of my time spent slowing down and stuff is to integrate and improve recall in Japanese, using Duolingo as a platform, while all the other things I bring in better achieves that goal. So lots of times, the reason why I do these things, someone actually asked me, I had a video comment recently, that's why I'm late today by 2 hours. Someone actually asked me, and I loved it. They asked me what my objective is. You might be thinking, like, people on stream ask you this all the time. It's like, but this is a video comment, right? I already talked about like 90% of my video comments is someone assuming everything because I happen to post something with Duolingo in the background, right? But this person asked me, and all the stuff that I'm talking about, that's why. Like, Japanese learning, awesome. I'll do it, but not do it in the sense that I want to learn Japanese. I do it because learning is interesting. Give me paint, and I will try to make watching paint dry. Like, I will tell you how it's interesting. I'll make paint drying watching interesting. That is the idea behind this. It's not because Anki Denshu offers more things to the person. My objective when I'm trying to explain, like, I was trying to answer the person's question without writing a essay, and I ended up writing an essay. I'm sorry, stranger. I tried to warn them. I gave them a short answer and a long answer, but I ended up writing an essay after 3 hours. But the idea is the tool inspires the person. However, it's the person that decides how well the tool works, in my opinion, right? So if you become too dependent on the tool to be inspired or to offer things, in my opinion, you stop creating things, right? So I love that Lotus is here, Indy is here, Platinum, right? And Ink, welcome, and talking about these things. That's what makes me learn Japanese, but I'm not really focused on learning Japanese. It could be anything. And usually I chose video games because video games, there's a lot of video games, right? A lot of video games. And that's kind of what I wanted to tell the person. They asked me what's my objective. Internet hustle culture. I'll give a really short summary. Internet hustle culture frightens me. Why does it frighten me? It makes everyone think, or unconsciously, or like subconsciously or consciously think that things happen fast or need to happen fast. And it tells you what to focus on. It prescribes what's important to the person. So what happens is people go around and have a hypothesis-driven life. In science, this is an exercise in futility. When you go and design an experiment, you go design an experiment looking for a specific outcome. And I phrase it this way because I like talking about in scientific terms. But what does this look like? It's the word expectations. Most people use the word expectations. So you expect to become competent in Japanese. Therefore, you encounter the internet hustle culture with all the strategies to make yourself competent in Japanese. You follow those things and you continue to believe in those things. As opposed to null hypothesis testing, where you take the hypothesis, so you test it, and then look at everything else that's going on, and then look at what your hypothesis is. So what does my Duolingo take looks like? I do a lot of things Duolingo don't do, because Duolingo, apparently, after watching a lot of ads, promises certain things, right? Is that true? Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Some things are true. Meanwhile, I stay cognizant of observing the things it lacks. What can I do about the things it lacks? Well, I'm a thinking person. So I will continue to observe Duolingo while improving upon its methods. Right? This is actually the scientific method, not the hypothesis-driven stuff that you, unfortunately, formal education kind of teaches. It's kind of like Duolingo if you're talking about bad habits or establishing bad habits. The whole idea of hypothesis-driven testing and approaches, that's the Occam's razor approach. And oftentimes when you're trying to ascertain what works and what doesn't work and create self-awareness, it's usually not this simple. Right? Oh, right. This guy is an expert. So if I follow this guy and do whatever they say, it'll work for me without outside input to observing if it does work in the moment, right? If you're looking at the goal, you're not looking at the process. You aren't looking at the process, right? Much like my advice here, that's not advice. I'm not telling you what to do because I can't agree with things like this. You take all the inspiration you can, do it, and keep reevaluating if it's working or not, right? If the promises are accurate by looking at the null, right? By looking at the null. 99% is null, 1% is accurate. As in, in hindsight, it is very difficult to expect that you go out to do something and that's exactly what you get back. Especially on things that are so complex, like learning. I get that it's easier to think of it this way, where if you eat something, eventually you'll become full, right? That is fine. That type of logic is personally fantastic. Like, you're hungry, go eat something, and then eat until you're full. Certainly. However, when you're doing something as complex as this, the internet hustle culture, this is the this is how I tried to answer that person's question. The hustle is that they're selling you an outcome and you believe in that outcome. So as long as you follow that, whether you think you're doing it or not, you're expecting that. I went out of my way to use Duolingo and observe Duolingo and observe myself using Duolingo. No one has asked me in a video comment what my objective is. Well, I might find out that I learned some Japanese. I don't know yet. Actually, 2 people previously challenged the notion that if I even learn Japanese, right? Well, I have some statistics and some stats that would say at least I learned something about Japanese. That's not my expectation. My expectation is to see if Duo does what it does, but by challenging it and finding out what all the things it doesn't do as well, right? So it's ironic that I get attacked for being a shill for Duo when, in order for me to ascertain what Duo does, you actually challenge what it doesn't. That's science. It's null hypothesis testing. If someone is selling you snake oil, you gotta at least partake and see if it is in fact snake oil. Right. What does PhD mean in channel name? I have a PhD. Platinum. PhD is a doctoral degree in the United States. I'm not sure in India what they refer to PhDs, but I went to graduate school, or like a like it's if you go through high school, right, or whatever your mandatory schooling is. I don't know how it works in India. I didn't really talk to my coworkers about how they got their PhDs, but after you graduate from high school, you know, the one that everyone has to do in each country, whichever the system is, there's like often 2 levels above that, and PhD, that's what that is. It means that I've had education somewhere of that level. Yahoo! Hey, hello there, Resonante. Hello again. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. So maybe that's not relevant or anything, but these are my ruminations. I'm not an expert in learning. I'm not an expert in psychology. I have to keep emphasizing that, right? I'm an observer. What I observe, I do the best of my ability to navigate expectations. And these are my anecdotal experiences that are meant to be a point of inspiration. So I don't know if I'll ever be persuaded, perhaps, to try to come up with some sort of like logical progress. I mean, there are other people online that does this all the time, where they give you like a web of decision making, right? That looks something like this, right? In fact, I know a prominent person who's in the mental health thing that a lot of people resonate with. They would create webs like this, like webs, and then all these decision making places are supposed to help inform flags for people's self-awareness, and then that type of awareness can be transcribed to not just your personal health, but to like skill acquisition. I've seen this done before. To me, I can't do any of this. It takes like hundreds of people's a collective work together. I don't have that much influence, and I don't really want to be doing that with my life. So for me, I'm basically demonstrating these steps on a case-by-case basis. And that's how you make your web of it. How has the hustling gone? The hustling, you say? It's been going pretty well, I suppose. I'm not, my hustle, my clickbait is going pretty well. I've met a lot of great people. Yeah, my hustle, okay, I'll admit to something, right? My hustle is that I use Duolingo. So here's my hustle, right? My hustle is I use Duolingo. And Duolingo offers a social and psychological challenge for me. So how do I stay motivated learning Japanese using Duolingo? It's because every single day there's a chance that I'm going to be socially, psychologically challenged by using it. So my hustle here is there's a lot of reasons why I'm using Duolingo. And it's also because it's ascribed to Duolingo's position. It is popular. It is controversial. Inherently controversial. And it is accessible. Which accessibility actually feeds back on why it's controversial and popular. It's accessibility. And I'm a streamer, right? On Twitch, right? That feeds into accessibility, which goes back to Duolingo, making it controversial and divisive and whatnot. And these discussions are why I do it every day. I do this because it is intellectually stimulating to me. Am I going to learn more Japanese from it? We don't know yet. However, after 84 days, I probably learned like 20% more Japanese because of people like you. Because of people like Hideyoshi, Lotus, Indy. Recently, I've met Shady, Ink Wolf. We've discussed some like game theory in Duolingo, right? Resinante agrees. Oh, thank you. I've done drawing in my past stream, Platinum. The videos are called Inktober, or it's listed under Inktober. Every October, I do 30 days of drawing, 31 days of drawing. And also, will I play games again? When will I play games again? Platinum, currently, the only game that I'm going to be doing stream content for is every Monday, my time, every Monday on Eastern Standard Time. And I'm only going to be playing Neverwinter for the time being. Maybe I'll find some time, but that's the slot. So when Neverwinter is complete, I'll probably play other things. But the thing that I'm guaranteed to place at some point this year is at the end of 2024 with Hades 2. So I can't make any guarantees when it'll be. I'll keep you up to date on that. What does the 196 mean? Is that the target goal of days to reach? 196 is the number of days since my first YouTube live stream. And if you want to juxtapose it to something else, today is day 2031 on Twitch. And that's for me to keep records. I like record keeping. Record keeping keeps me grounded on reminding myself how long I have committed to certain things. So 196 is 196 days since my first YouTube live stream. I take a nap and they update the courses. Yeah, it's not that. Hank, you're fine though. At least I haven't started the lessons yet, but as far as I know, they probably increased the pool for every other unit and they split all the units up. So now it's instead of having two distinct topics in each unit, they assigned each topic a unit. and then they added an extra review in the structure for the second half. You probably already noticed this by glancing. Hank, by the way, guys, Hank is the only guy that I know that went into section 3 and then started over. And then started over, and I don't even know where you are. Are you in section 4 now? And then this happens, all within the time. I have no plans on streaming Minecraft Platinum. Minecraft requires a very specific type of infrastructure that I cannot support. I'm unable to support something like Minecraft. It'd be very difficult. If I was a bit more on the creative side, like if I was creative focus, maybe Minecraft. Like learning how to use creativity could be helpful in some way. My focus typically is using evaluating things that are meant to be constructive. Minecraft itself is not constructive, it is creative. So you have to do most of the creative work. And for myself, I need a little blend of both. I like to be inspired by things. So I don't mind watching Minecraft, but me streaming Minecraft is different. You can build many things, that's a creative process. Building many things is a creative process. It's almost a purely creative process that will require a lot of time, Platinum. Duolingo exists as a creative product by someone else, and then I use that to build off of commentary and stuff. I review things as opposed to create things a lot of time. And when I do artwork in October, that is also inspired. I spend time doing an art study of someone else's work in order to try to create something that has some of myself in it. So I take the generosity of other people's work and try to create something that goes beyond, like, for myself, like not beyond their work, but something that's personal to me. And Minecraft is a canvas that doesn't necessarily have, you know. Did I do more? Did I did more than 1,000 live streams? Yes, I've done way more than 1,000 live streams. I probably have streamed over 1,800 times in my life. It's about 80 to 90% of 2,031 days. So probably around at least 1,500 times. I've been doing this for quite some time. No, you're now placed 2/3 through section 3. You're probably right about the change, as I'm seeing the number of units has doubled. Yeah. And you haven't gone into anything yet. Yeah. It's exactly doubled. It's exactly doubled, and then it's increased by, I'm gonna say like 1%, by 10%, because there's an additional review exercise now for every split unit, I think. And that's pretty cool, because for me, I've been complaining. I'm sorry, Duolingo peeps. I know I don't like to complain, because I think the devs have a really tough thing to work around about, like, the psychology and stuff in it. But I've been saying, like, dude, why? Each unit used to have 2 topics, right? Like N1 and N2, but N2 always get, like, N2 is like the second class citizen every time. Like the second half of each unit gets neglected by like 20%. So now they've normalized all of that, which is cool, because now my schedule is not as chaotic. I don't have to, like, go overtime for N2, and then N1 can stay about the same length. Recently, after day 75, my N1 day is shorter and my N2 day is longer. And then day 3, day 3 is the review day. It's really short. So what I do then is I talk more in day 3. I talk less and bring less in day 2 because I just hop on and hit the ground running. And day 1, I talk more than day 2, but less than day 3. And today is day 2, right? So the structure has changed now. I think my structure now is I'm going to do the new N1 and then the R1, and then in day 2 I will do the P1, the personalized practice, along with the second review, R2, and then the trophy. If this is too short, as in since it's using the same pool, it's N1 the entire time, and I can get through if my efficiency goes up, right? If my efficiency goes up because I get more bootstrapping in one day, then I will try to do this all in one day, then spend the following day with an extended recall of day 1, and then I'll remove writing in English entirely. So instead of writing in English at all, I'll just write in Japanese for the following before starting the next unit. It might be too long though. Okay, that's kind of the plan now. What is tapping retraining? Oh, tapping retraining. I used to play a game. I still could play a game called OS. It's a rhythm game, and a rhythm game requires tapping. So you have to use your hands to alternate and tap back and forth. So it's a mechanically limiting factor that if you take your hand and you try to tap rapidly back and forth and try to maintain certain momentum, speed, beats, bouncing, your hand will lose stamina. So you need to train that in order to reach a certain level of performance in rhythm games. Why didn't I jump over the levels? It would be faster. You can't that would defeat the purpose of the learning process. And also jumping over levels mean that I'm not experiencing what the developers made. So it kind of defeat my objective, which is to observe as much as I can. You can make assumptions if you want, which a lot of people do make assumptions. That's because they are driven by expectations. So like when someone tells me Duolingo sucks, and I ask them, what did you do? Like, well, I tried it for 30 minutes and then I dropped it. I'm not that kind of person. So or something like, oh yeah, I tried out Duolingo. It's like, oh wow, you got to section 4. It's like, no, I jumped to section 4. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess you and I can't resonate because I went through the whole process while you decided to jump to the end and make a snap comment about the product, right? It's a different perspective. I prefer to enjoy the journey. Jumping ahead is someone who thinks about the end goal, not what happens along the way. It's true, I skipped ahead. I'm going back anyway because I missed some vocab and kanji. Yeah, and I'm not saying you can't be happy. Like, so before anything else, it's the happiness of the person. That person themselves have to be aware of what makes them happy. There's a difference between someone being angry at me because they didn't do the same thing I did, versus they are happy that they succeeded and they're okay with the way I approach things. And then they want to advise me. Not be like upset that I'm doing something, but being willing to add more to the experience. And to me, I've been really truly lucky in the last 84 days. I think there are people who are inherently encouraging, as in it seems like they genuinely like the same end goal. It's not deterring someone because they didn't do it the way you did it. It's adding your advice on top. So I have begun to do a lot of things. All these people who care about me to some extent, right? In varying extents, I acquired those things far more. So no, I mean, as much as I thank people as much as I can, what is a more visible way of demonstrating that I'm taking your advice? By doing them, by talking about them constantly. Like, I'm not going to forget that Indy and I discuss about Aru and Iru. That's how I demonstrate that I genuinely think you guys, those people that I remember, care about being collectively encouraging, not discouraging. So when someone goes out and say, dude, man, you just wasted 80 days of your life. You're never going to get that back. Like, whoa. And then they go around and say, like, I know better things to do. It's like, well, first you have to care about me before you actually know what is better. Like, it's a cognitive dissonance. That's self-righteousness. You are trying to prove yourself right at the expense of another person, not trying to prove yourself right by wanting to help someone. That's a very different feeling. And I've been around the park. I mean, like, okay, cue the YouTube memes and the internet memes. I've been in and out of professional careers long enough to understand when someone only cares about that they are right and they use you as a stepping stone, versus they think they're right and they want to share that with you so that so we can elevate each other. That's totally different. You got, oh, Jacob. Hey, Jacob. I got an update today that the Chinese course has changed. My progress was synced, but I don't think I was far enough to notice any changes. I wish they published update notes. Me too, Jacob. What I noticed on Japanese, Jacob, I just covered it here. They separated I don't know if Chinese is the same, but in Japanese, there's 2 topics for each section, and now they're separated, and then they're like normalized to each other. So unit 4, like whatever unit I was on, say like unit 4 becomes 2 units, and they separate the topics. So wherever you are, you actually didn't move anywhere, because you completed all the content still, because they were separating the units, in my opinion, if that's what the Chinese course is like, Jacob. But in English, using the English and the target language Japanese, I basically didn't move anywhere. The only thing that changed was the unit numbers doubled, and then there's an extra review for each unit, or every other unit that wasn't there. So technically it got longer. The courses, the number of lesson sets went up, but the courses, the number of units did not change technically. Like, what I mean is spiritually, the number of units did not change. The lesson sets went up, and the number of sections didn't change either. The number of units doubled, and the lesson sets went up by, I'm going to say 10%. Okay. Thanks for chilling with that, actually. I wasn't expecting to digress today at all, really. And thank you guys. I really appreciate the enthusiasm. I was trying very hard to get through my Total Recall session before anyone said anything about the Duolingo changes. I think this is why I still play live service games. Like, I play Neverwinter because of this. I play PSO2 NGS not because they're popular, right? They're obviously not popular, but these changes, any changes, like even like this, makes me so enthusiastic. Like, I actually had trouble running today because I was thinking of all the things I have to say about this. I was incredibly enthusiastic for this change. Any change to me is refreshing, and I understand For others, that can be a little bit frustrating. It could be a little bit confusing. This stuff, especially language learning, I feel is very close to life, like life lessons, and live service games really reflect that type of thing. So when you're very used to something and it gets changed, my world becomes a little bit more colorful. I am not a creature. I tend to be not a creature of habit, so it's interesting. And what I mean by not a creature of habit, I mean for like things that I can control and voluntarily do, I'm not a creature of habit. Things that sustain me, like eating and running and stuff, yes, I'm still a creature of habit, of course. Yeah, sorry. Wait. What did you say, Inkwolf? I would have been better off. Oh, thanks. I would have been better off staying the course instead of being a bit impatient. Last time they changed the course, they gave me credit for new lessons I never did, and I was so frustrated that my track was so messed up, and it is cumbersome to figure out what I need to go over so I don't miss lessons. You know what's great about that, Inkwolf? In my opinion, because of that consternation you feel, I know it's a bit negative and it's frustrating, but that only demonstrates that you care. And because you care, you're gonna put extra effort. And you probably ended up, in my opinion, if this doesn't happen already, I'm a little bold here, but I imagine all that consternation and frustration even elevated your ability to find what was missing, notice what you already know, and actually, without that circumstance, catapulted you into a more position where you're even more inclined to learn more, right? That's kind of like the weird thing where, oh yeah, I'm a master's, I don't know, master's in business, right? And then suddenly I'm thrown into a company that's in shambles, as opposed to the standard rudimentary way of approaching the business. And then I was like, oh my gosh, this is so frustrating. Like nothing makes sense. And then you go around trying to make sense of it, find all the missing pieces. It's like a puzzle game. You have this puzzle in front of you, and something's just not right about it. And then you complete the puzzle, and then someone's like, bam! They shatter the puzzle, and they reassemble the puzzle in a different way. It's like, well, now this is just frustrating. Like, it's kind of the same puzzle, but now there are other pieces missing that I didn't have to find before. And that's kind of the idea, the mosaic idea of when you get confused and you become frustrated in your like really well constructed, organized system, you'd be surprised how much you learn in the process. And that thing that I described is how I approach most life events, right? If you want a great relationship with your life and be ready and adapting to all the things that life can throw at you, Duolingo having random updates with no way of knowing how they're updated is kind of like that. Like someone just took your puzzle piece and shoved it somewhere else. Oh, or how about this? You have a companion in life and they decided to do some spring cleaning. And they moved everything your chaotic ordered mind has ordered. And your first thought is, yo, man, this is so frustrating. Like, what the heck? Now I can't find anything. But give it a few days. Learn to process. Talk to your companion about why they organized it. And guess what? In my opinion, you learned even more about your companion. And your companion might have inspired you to adopt certain things and integrate a new organization. And overall, you turn that negative experience into inspiration. At least that's how I feel. I played games for so long. Like I played Neverwinter for at least upwards of 7 years habitually. And whenever like a system puts a wrench in it, I do get that twinge of like, so all right, so now we have to do all this stuff. We have to do this. And then it became like 16 hours later. It's like, oh, dude, I'm still reorganizing my stats and stuff. but I spent 16 hours engaged being frustrated, but at the same time, like, I learned a lot of new things, right? So that's kind of how I feel about learning. I know Duolingo is more of a gamification, and when you do gamification, it relies on consistency and habit formation. And when something punches you out of your habit, it is incredibly destabilizing at first. It's different from like a textbook or like a formal education because it's no longer gamified. It doesn't provide consistency, a pool of self-motivation like your bottom lines, right? It's not that dopamine pool or anything. So oftentimes it's treated as not a source of comfort, but a source of effort, a source of investment. While Duolingo has become so efficient at gamification, it is a source of energy. So when they put a wrench to your source of energy, it feels worse. It's kind of like drinking your coffee and suddenly one day they decide to change the brand of your coffee that you rely on. At least that's how I'm trying to describe it psychologically when it comes to live service games. Why do live service games get the most, like, all right, this is a rhetoric. I'm not saying this is true or not, but it does kind of make sense to some extent that when a live service model or a long existing product, like say the Final Fantasy series, when they break certain things that are habit forming, like expectations, those are the most emotionally, at first, the most emotionally ambivalent topics. So nowadays, with the hyper reliance on business models revolving around live service, most people psychologically think that games and services have lower in quality, right? That's not quite the full picture. Oftentimes, because of the way the business model works, right, how it's designed to take advantage of specific psychology, your responses are also exaggerated and betrayed. Like, the feeling of betrayal is even stronger when there's a product that is focused on habit formation, as opposed to, you know, some product that was supposed to be some profound piece of work that is completely abstract. You know it, you might not retain it, it moves on. It might not even become a part of your life. Occasionally a novel product is so detached, but maybe you resonate with one or two products and you keep them to heart. But for every one of those, there's like hundreds of products you consume and you discard. Memory wise, the predominant source of distribution now is live service. It predicates on psychological dependency, parasocial relationships. So it's tough, right? It's tough. And I totally resonate with that sudden appeal of frustration. However, that's more the younger me. Nowadays, it's like, hot dog, more challenges along the way. Let's go. Same, but I don't think that's this case. Sorry for the terrible run-on sentence. Punctuation is important. Is that why you started over? To Hank? Hank was burned out, stepped away. Yes, Hank did mention that when we first talked too. I restarted at the beginning of the year. Yeah. You started RPGs over for that reason too? Oh wow, Ink Wolf. I do that all the time as well. Back in the day, I couldn't finish RPGs because I had to start over every single time. Whenever new things come up, I have to start over. New things come up, I have to start over. In RPGs, I had a compulsion that stopped me from functioning or completing things, so we had to. Here's something really random before I have to jump into my next meeting. Dropout TV announced that they will have stand-up specials on their platform, and Hank Green's stand-up is going to be on it. Oh yeah, I saw a lot of Hank Green's stand-up, like blips of Hank Green. Also, by the way, if you're already into Dropout TV, Game Changer, I love those guys, what they're doing at Game Changer, and they also, I think, is part of the Dropout TV network. the last time I heard Dropout TV was Game Changer. And I would love to see Hank Green's. Thanks for Hank Green's stand-up was when he was diagnosed with cancer, and he did a comedy stand-up tour during his treatment time. So it's very very different. It's quite unique. Here's hoping. I'm trying my best. I see. Oh, hey there, Adam Fighter. Or Heinz Ketchup? Wait, Heinz Ketchup? Oh, what are parasocial relationships and what does the para stand for in that context? A parasocial relationship is when you form an attachment to someone or something or some subject where that subject cannot reciprocate your existence. It can, so for example, I will try my best in all of my ability as a single human being to try to make the interaction meaningful, in a sense that I will try my best as a singular human to acknowledge as many things as I can, many people and whatnot. But the problem with the age of technology that we live in now is it's incredibly astronomically incredibly hard to juggle establishing non-parasocial relationships, like predominantly non-parasocial relationships. So the social norm right now is to establish parasocial relationships. You find someone who you resonate with, they keep you company in a parasocial way. Like if I'm learning a language and you feel comfort in learning a language with me in the background, that is a parasocial relationship. That is something that I am not aware that you are studying right now, but somehow having the comfort of someone who is also studying at the time, that is the parasocial relationship that I'm talking about. John and Hank Green talk about this a lot of times. It is so weird in the world we live in now that I could be doing this and I am oblivious to the people who actually see or hear. Like it's not possible for a human being, a singular human being, to comprehend the extent of your consequences and the things you say in a public space online. So naturally you have to become aware of the pros and cons and the compromises you have to make when understanding the context of a parasocial relationship. Are you dependent on something? And how does that make you feel? Because I could end up offending a lot of people, betraying people's like principles or whatnot without even knowing that I did so, right? And so it works both ways. And that's kind of the term. The term is, it's a one-way relationship where the other thing at the other end either can't reciprocate knowing that you exist or directly interact with you. And it can be a car, it can be a TV show, it could be a fictional character, it could be an actual person, right? It could be a vlogger. This is the social norm you have for every actual companionship. There are at least 10, I would say reasonably, there's at least 2 or 3 parasocial relationships that people use. And raising awareness of what qualifies as healthy parasocial relationships for the person, like raising awareness to let the person discover what they are looking for, what they need in certain situations, what they want to look for, that creates the healthy relationship that I do not think at the moment YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, they're still working on negotiating with people who are concerned with the health of anyone who is a chronic user online, how to negotiate, how to create a healthy awareness and relationship with that. Because you know, we've seen the dark side of things, right? White knighting, witch hunting, cyberbullying, all these things come with unintentional parasocial relationships. Like I don't know today if in the next few moments I'll say something that will make Shady hate me for the rest of my life, right? Like I don't know that, and it can be very difficult. But the nice thing that being small and less influential, it's still manageable. Like I can talk to Shady to some extent. But the video comments, for example, the video comments on my YouTube channel, I can only do so much. That person can choose to read the comment or not read the comment. They could be offended and I'd be in trouble. These are parasocial relationships. As in, they don't have to be deep. They could be animosity. It can be, so that's kind of like, Duolingo is a platform, right, that you use. And I can already tell you 90% of my interactions through specific channels, pretty much anyone who makes pretty much all the people who made a video about YouTube, on my YouTube videos, they probably haven't seen the video itself. 90% of them. However, I get to choose if I can turn that parasocial relationship into something more. And I try most of the time. I'm going to say I try most of the time. But it's absolutely inhuman and inconceivable for a singular human to even anticipate or expect to interact with every possible permutation of these. And it's one of those things that I don't think is emphasized enough for both the viewer's health, the spectator's health, like the consumer, the end user, and the content creators. There isn't enough to normalize this yet. It's a paradigm shift that is happening now. It's literally happening now. Like the United States have government intervention where they're saying like, what are the channels, what things that can help when, you know, you have a kid, right? They're like, oh yeah, this is my favorite person in the world, and then they say something that they don't like and their whole world comes crumbling down. Like they were so dependent on that parasocial relationship that it shatters them. So what do they do now? Well, they spent so much time invested in these things, and that's what like the government and Facebook and stuff is currently negotiating. And for me, going back to the objective, this is a digression video for today, by the way, so I'm probably clip this. So thank you for all your inspiration, right? That person, the bottom line of my objective is that I can do certain things like this, Duolingo and stuff, and I can communicate this stuff, right? And I hope that this is the norm in the future, as in all of us has now graduated to doing what we used to do offline. I know for the young people out there, it's very difficult to imagine a time or context in which the vast majority of your human interactions isn't online, right? But I hope whatever balance that was available offline, which was my childhood was offline, can be brought and balance out what's happening online. Right now, online is moving way faster than the potential that you have online. So my main objective now is, I think what I want to do for the foreseeable future is topical, as in it's relevant to the future. I want to see people who like know that we change minds, humans change minds. We are not just like names with no feeling behind them and whatnot, right? And people have to talk to each other in a more meaningful way in order to not get devastated left and right every single day. right? And actually, it's fun because John Green, even someone as influential as John Green and Hank Green, sometimes when they talk about their vlogs, they sometimes sit down and they still get awestruck all the time as people who are incredibly influential, have way more professional experience than I do, saying things like, you know, I finally wrote a new book, or I finally started a project, and then they get awestruck by how many people they can't account for that would help them or support them and stuff. It's constantly awestrucking for a single person. It's really difficult to comprehend. So in the current state of the internet, in my opinion, most people don't see it that way, like subconsciously, as in they write a comment and they throw it out there, and it's just thrown out there. I don't have a lot of video comments. However, I usually reply with maybe like 3 or 4 paragraphs. However, the harder I try, at least in my opinion, the harder I would appropriately show something, the more likely that person is gonna come back and say like, dude, don't take it seriously. It's just a comment. I'm like, well, yeah, that is what I'm offering. It's not just a comment. If you become very professional one day and you made your career on the internet, that same comment is going to come back. In my opinion, if one doesn't practice doing something that I'm doing per se, you cannot possibly be practice when you need that skill to interact with someone like me. So when someone says, oh, use a better resource like a textbook please, and said please first and then please second, that person is incomprehensibly and astronomically unlikely to be able to speak to me in a manner in which we can have a mutual understanding of each other, right? So how can you think that phrasing is substantial? By the way, that person didn't respond to me. I just wrote Daijobu desu yesterday, and that's it. There was no other response. So basically it was a thrown out comment, self-serving. That's it, right? And I don't want that to be a social norm. Even if I die in like another 50 years, optimistically in another 50 years, I don't want that to be the social norm for the internet in the future. I think people like John and Hank being constantly humbled that they're raising millions of dollars trying to solve the tuberculosis problem in another country that's not even their own, and all that, and they continually to get manic and concerned about all the things they say, but at the same time continue to function, and constantly get surprised and awestruck by how much your words can weigh on your credibility. As your credibility goes up, that fear and responsibility also climbs. So if you're someone that says oh yeah, I'm just gonna write any comment right now, that is proportionate. I argue from a psychological and logical standpoint, if you think making a comment and don't take it seriously, that is proportional to your credibility and responsibility. So the next time you write a comment and you're like, oh yeah, wait, okay, hold up, I gotta do more research, that kind of thing, it is proportionate to how influential and important you are right now. And I want people to not just do that when they're not famous. I mean, when they are famous or when they are credibility. I think people who practice that even when they're not famous, not having responsibility, they become superstars, in my opinion. But you have to make yourself feel important. Why make a comment on my video and say it's not serious? I'm gonna take it seriously. Do you have such a low like, to me, all I can see is someone who don't take themselves seriously, as in they don't think their comment is useful. They already tell me like, oh yeah, it's not a serious comment. It's like, well, why don't you make it serious? Because I don't think it's worth your time, and certainly I'll try to make it worth my time. But if you don't think making a comment is important, you've already gotten used to thinking that a parasocial relationship is all it is, and you make comments because no one's going to take you seriously. And then when I try to take you seriously, you leave and say like, oh yeah, this is not worth my time. You close the door. So even when I make an opportunity to open the door and welcome you into my mind, the social norm nowadays is nothing is serious on the internet. Most people are a number. You are a number. Well, at least in my opinion, the thing I'm selling now is that if you make a comment on my video, I will still give you the time of day. It is your choice to walk through that door. And I hope in the future, instead of having one person keeping millions of people company, I hope it's more like 5 people. Like for every one, there's every 3 people. And then we can build like a more virtually healthier facsimile of something that's offline. As in, for every one of me, I'm not, somehow I can sustainably do a job or something that I only have to interact with 5 or so people, and there's enough interaction where and everyone doesn't have to feel like they're another number, and they either self-deprecate themselves or they project that insignificance onto someone else. Right now though, there's no infrastructure to support that. You can't have one-to-one like jobs. People can sustain jobs and stuff where like there's no one-to-one here. It's that person that has millions of followers, but those followers themselves have to find some way of finding significance and impact, because it's almost comically laughable to think that one person can make the millions of people feel great. They will try though. Like Hank Green and John Green are my favorite people who continue to try to do that, but it's still a parasocial relationship. So for me, I hope the social norm in the future is that if you make a comment, you know that the other person at the end will likely take it seriously, or like as serious as you want it to be, and you're not selling yourself short. I think when someone makes a comment, I would take it seriously all the time because I have the luxury. But imagine if it was hundreds of comments. I'm going to fail. It's obvious I'm going to fail. It's not possible. Like if I spent 6 hours on one comment, because in the beginning there's only a few comments, like 6 hours, I don't have 600 hours in a single day. So that's kind of like the internet paradox right now that I'm working with. And that's kind of the longer version of how I answered this person when they said they found my video inspiring or the series inspiring, but what was my objective? I think it was a broad question. I could have wrote way more, but the core of it is I believe the internet is in the golden age of information exchange. YouTube and Twitch represents some of the pedestals of the golden fast lane of internet information exchange. Like it's so rapid. However, much like Duolingo's problem right now with gamification, there's an emergent problem or an emergent foreseeable problem that is facing international society. And that unforeseeable consequence, one of the unintentional emergent consequences, is fostering a hyper objectified hustle culture where people no longer enjoy doing things. They enjoy seeing things happen or not doing them at all, or so preoccupied with getting it right that they don't end up doing anything at all. The fear of mistakes, the fear of natural acquisition, the fear of refinement, solving problems as you go, all of that was, in my opinion, is a unintended and emergent consequence of having access to an unbelievable amount of information. I actually think, and this is not just me, right? Hank actually had a better, in my opinion, a more elegant way, and then John had his own elegant way of expressing how incredible and also how ill-equipped humans are in digesting, utilizing, and having a healthy relationship with the amount of information we have. It's like part of the foundation of so many social issues right now. In the United States, it's about like identity, you know, like I don't want to touch too many controversial topics right now about like censorship, freedom of speech, like international affairs, like all these things come down to, in my opinion, how much information. Like, I don't want to sound too generalizing, but one of the major drivers of so much consternation and stuff is that information is so accessible, and we're not even talking just about language learning, right? Think about how you would learn Japanese before having content creators tell you what's the best and worst way, having access to seminars by experts who you probably wouldn't ever encounter if you didn't go to those universities, having other people iterate on other people's expert advice who then do their own spin with their own motivations. Imagine what it was like to learn language that way. I learned Spanish that way. So when someone asks me, oh yeah, you'll probably feel a lot different with Spanish, like, well, I already had a Spanish experience, and I'm going to go on a limb that my Spanish relearning is going to be a very different experience. And I'm going to look forward to comparing and contrasting. When I learned Spanish, the only source and world was dominated by the person in front of me who is trying their best to educate me in Spanish. It wasn't go on YouTube and find and compare and contrast with hundreds and 200s of people's ideal way of learning Spanish. I trusted this person. I observed what this person could and could not do for me. I continued to add and bring, and then that person liked my ideas and we exchanged ideas, right? I created new things in which that person didn't think of doing because they offered an open-ended project. That was how learning was for language learning. I get the whole like thing where if privilege is all available and everyone is always self-motivated and scholar, here are the theories and hypotheses with all of these axioms true. Well, the person, that expert that's making these hypotheses are also 80 years old, right? And I'm almost 40. So lots of the stuff that I'm saying anecdotally is also probably not relevant. So it's kind of one of those things like it's a constant change, right? And somehow all of this has to be navigated by people now. Like, oh yeah, back in the day, you would just pick a textbook, right? Pick up a textbook, say, oh, this is the only resource, so, well, we'll just have to make it work, all right? I can't remember this. Let me try taking some notes. All right, that's not working. Let me try some flashcards and notes. Like, yeah, nah, I gotta ask my teacher about this question. You're making do with less. And that's what I'm doing with Duolingo. Not that you need this to be successful, like this approach to be successful. I want to offer the alternative that I don't care what tool you place in front of me. I came from a generation where if the tool doesn't do the thing, I'll like change it, or I'll do something and build beyond it. I understand that there are lots of other tools, and I still do use those. Like, I look at the tools and people like it. I just watched to Shady. Hats off to Shady's and Shady/Jacob's advice. I really loved the comprehensible Japanese host. She has like such a mellow tone, so I watched a few of her daily activities, comprehensive input videos, and I learned a really cute, like, for example, just to demonstrate a really cute phrase. It's tatamu, tatamu, to fold. So she was talking about folding clothing in the evening after doing the laundry. So tatamu is what popped out of there. I didn't know what it was. All the rest of the things she said makes sense, like eating breakfast, getting up, going to the cafe, studying Spanish and Japanese, and then she said Japanese is hard, so she spends a lot of time. All that stuff is relevant. It's relevant. It was very cute. And then I picked up all the words that I didn't know. Easy, right? But I didn't go out of my way to try to make it easy. I went out of my way to participate in something, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Nani? It's called it's a comprehensible Japanese is the channel's name. And Shady, I was talking about vloggers who spoke in Japanese, and like they spoke in a specific level of Japanese in order to make comprehensive input a lot more approachable. And then they usually have a format where, oh, we're going to talk about this thing. Let's talk about it. And Shady offered another person, which is this person, and I think her name was Naoki. Yeah, it might be Naoki. She introduced her once by first name. It's either Naoki. I don't think it's Naomi, but Naoki. It has this like really soft spoken thing, and she really articulates, and it was kind of nice. So I got so used to hearing that phrase like "kyo wa," "kyo wa," "kino wa," as in like how like you pause and say, "Oh well, yesterday was something," right? Yesterday was like, or yesterday, there exists yesterday, and then like whatever happens after. So I got a lot of things that was contextualized, but I already know all the vocabulary. But now it's like arranged in a way that it sounds like there's someone discussing. Like for me right now, when I'm rambling and stuff, there's transitional words, pauses, things that lead to one another, and it was really nice. The words themselves, it's kind of like when you go into a scientific seminar or like a TED Talk, and you understand English. However, this person arranged and contextualized the English in a way that is slightly discomforting, but at the same time, you know enough that when you hear it, it produces another level of understanding. Like for example, if you go to another streamer who's using Duolingo, I like to hedge my bets that you probably wouldn't hear what I just said today. Not that you wouldn't hear all the words, because most of you probably understand all the words that I've said, but not in the manner that they are arranged, like the speech pattern, the volume, the pitch accent, the word choice. And that's kind of how I enjoy vlogs, right? The whole comprehensive input is something that obviously is absent on Duolingo. It's not to say that the words and the vocabulary must be contextualized, I think with enough practice for myself, I can take those words because I'm flexible enough to reposition those words like elsewhere and stuff. So to me, I've got my affirmation that I require to know that if I constantly mess around with words in my head, it doesn't get me used to always looking for the same thing or listening for the same thing. That's like starting on your Japanese journey expecting to be fluent. I know how that sounds. That almost sounds blasphemous, because your hustle culture, your favorite influencer that has like the 30-step program to becoming fluent in Japanese, that is what it's selling, right? You watch a video because you're expecting a result. You click on a video 100 days to becoming fluent in Japanese because your expectation is Japanese. You're not expecting to look at the advice per se and distill the advice and execute the advice a lot of times. You're looking at what it's going to give you. I don't actually know what Duolingo is going to give me. I have my suspicions, but I won't know until I reach the end of the Duolingo's Japanese course, or talk myself into a stupor and then get myself canceled by a very disgruntled person who thinks that Duolingo basically obligated themselves into their lives and ruined their lives, because that's kind of how I feel a lot of time. The impression I get when people attack me for using Duolingo, and somehow it's Duolingo's fault that they voluntarily decide to habitually use it for over a year. It is a little bit a part of Duolingo's responsibility, much like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And that's also the problem at the moment for catching up. It's tough to know where is the line that you draw that, oh, they didn't really have a choice. Someone already counter-argued me yesterday about, oh no, it's about opportunity costs, as in Duolingo is the default. I'm like, the default for what? Oh, language learning. It's like, but don't you have to voluntarily choose to learn language first? Well, the way that person rebutted was that it's the default, as in you have to use Duolingo. That's why opportunity cost is to deter people from using Duolingo, because somehow they default to Duolingo. Well, they default in making the decision to learn language first, right? Duolingo is defaulting language learning. And then you make that cyclic argument where like, oh, well, Duolingo is better than nothing. Like, yeah, but if you're saying the people think of opportunity costs and Duolingo is better than nothing, and it's a default choice, but it's still a choice that's voluntary, then if they don't make that choice to learn language in the first place, then it doesn't matter if it's Anki being better or Babbel being better. They don't choose to learn language first. So are you arguing that since Duolingo is a default choice, which is downstream of the voluntary choice to learn language, right? Like, we're talking about a linear form of logic, right? Learn language. Someone has to make this conscious decision first to learn language. But most people who defend and rebuttal against me very reasonably, I actually can support the other perspective, which I maybe will attempt to here. The conscious decision is they believe the opportunity cost is lost, like the opportunity cost is too high because the default is Duolingo, right? However, these individuals that are concerned with opportunity costs, just to clarify what opportunity cost to me is, I'm not a business major, so I need to clarify this. Opportunity cost is if you use X, what did you give up in Y? Give up in Y. As in, if you choose X, you give up Y. Whatever the alternative is, that's opportunity cost, right? I'm being very generalized because I'm not a business major. So the idea is someone made a conscious decision to learn language, and that defaults to Duolingo. That's the argument. And as opposed to, like, I don't know, Renshu, right? Renshu. So the opportunity cost is, if Renshu has a higher opportunity cost, have a higher opportunity, then the cost of Duolingo is higher. As in, you should deter people to go to Renshu, right? These are also arguably the same people that can concede that Duolingo is better than nothing. Better than nothing. Which, that was yesterday's conversation, which can be applied to Renshu, right? So now, if they are trying to make Renshu the default, then it's a cyclic argument, because now everyone has to make the opportunity cost challenge of using Duolingo instead of Renshu. However, all that time with all the rebuttal, my point that I usually talk about is when someone makes a conscious decision to learn language. Now the question to me is, if you're so concerned with opportunity costs and you're negating both of these, like this, Duolingo attack, I said in my hearts of hearts, I hope Duolingo community isn't like attacking Renshu and then like all your favorites are attacking each other, because the whole point is, if you're attacking this, you're negating the initial decision to learn language in the first place. What is all the content creation happening right now that is sensational? It's about, my method is better than your method. This method is better than this method, which is better than this method. All this information is part of the internet hustle culture. And we're going to tie it back to the beginning so that I can like sum this up in a video title. You have all this information. So is it really because Duolingo or Renshu is increasing this decision? Or is this infighting that's happening going to literally make people not learn language, consciously choose to learn a language in the first place? Because that, to me, is something that, in my opinion, the people who use Duolingo isn't actively doing. In my opinion, right? My cursory opinion. Meanwhile, all the other ones are making it so that, hey, if you want to learn language, you're going to enter this fight. When you think about in getting people to consciously join any form of community, and they're on the outside and they see the place on fire, right? The community on fire, they're not going to even enter the community in the first place. That was my point. Meanwhile, everyone keeps picking at the downstream effectors. At the minimum, I can already tell you that Duolingo being a quote-unquote default choice, like you have to choose Duolingo somehow because a voluntary choice is somehow defaulted, it is still doing more, in my opinion, debatably, more for someone to consciously choose to learn a language versus the people who are infighting. So in the end of the day, I want to reinforce what I try to say the last 2 days. Infighting is the thing that makes me really disappointed. I come from a background of formal education. Learning education is not a civil war. There used to be a place where there wasn't civil war, and and it ties into the whole like microcosm thing. when you have different universities, right? Different schools, like school A and school B, when they're not aware of each other, right? No internet, no nothing. They're not aware of school C either, what they're doing. They kind of try to agree, and the people who agree on their standards are people who have aka experts. So because of this segregation a little bit, it allows the coexistence of A, B, and C, right? It allows the coexistence of Duo, Bushu community, Anki, and stuff. But the internet has removed that. There are no longer these filters or gates or regulation. There's just open information. So now you have someone saying, oh, I love language learning, and I like people to learn language, quote unquote, the right way. Meanwhile, they go off and attack another language learning community. And then a guy's like, I want to be part of it. I want to be part of the language learning community. And meanwhile, there's like, oh yeah, come join our language community. And then they have pitchforks. Bombs are going on, like a fire is going off in the background. It's like, oh, well, who are those guys? Oh, don't worry. We're just burning down the Duolingo community. Don't worry about it. Come join us. Like, we're fine. We're fine. This is where happy people go, while they're carpet bombing the Duolingo community to bolster their position. That's it's a very vivid imagery. But if I didn't start with Duolingo, I actually probably feel the same way about the Anki community, the only anime community, the only manga reading community, any community that is carpet bombing each other, even though everyone wants to learn Japanese. Like, all those people agree that learning Japanese is fantastic. So that's goes back to my original objective. Please do all the things that make you happy, right? And also, if you have something winning, offer generosity. As in, I'm gonna echo John Green again. I loved his last blog. John Green's the secret, in my opinion, the secret to quote unquote art, like learning. I know this is a contentious point. Some people think learning is like some empirical objective study. I'm not one of those experts, right? I'm not one of those experts. I'm at most an amateur psychologist, that like a hobby psychologist who has like some training in philosophy, like persuasive philosophy, logical systems, and a whole heck of a lot of formal education experience, right? So this is my being transparent. What I can say is learning is an art form too, because it's so complex. You can try to objectify it as much as you can, but in the end of the day, subjectivity makes it nebulous. Because humans are subjective. It's so multifaceted. So much like the secret to art, you offer generosity. In the words of John Green, I said John Green, is you offer generosity from your experience and expertise. And the magic happens when there's a person or another, or people who find your open generosity engaging and inspiring, and they in turn offer their own generosity. That creates the magic. It's not about whether you are right alone or the people is right alone. It's about when you're both harmoniously right. And that is emergent. You cannot evolve beyond your own capacities without the generosity with other people. And learning is one of them, in my opinion. It still is one of them. I know like from my psychology class, childhood and adult development, there's a lot of like, what would you call it? The natural order hypotheses. I'm aware of the natural order hypotheses, not necessarily for the sake of language acquisition, but the principles behind having a natural order of development and whatnot, right? It's ingrained into psychology, really. In the end, though, it's still kind of an art form because the things people do together are far more emergently possible and brilliant than choosing one group over another. John Green tends to do this thing where he like quotes someone famous or like some very impressionable author somewhere, and I don't remember what it was, but it went to the like essence of saying like a person's competence being right yourself. Oh, I remember now. Something like a good like writer or a good creator, I don't know, they might be talking about a writer, can make a book terrible or something, but I don't remember. It's something like a very good writer that only trusts themselves to make a product, right? To make a piece of work, can only be so good, it can actually make it worse, right? Versus a writer who is receptive to things around them, like other people and other effects. So multiple people, like a good writer is someone that is able to synthesize information from many sources and collaboratively work, as opposed to projecting their own work, right? And it's going through the essence of a mutual generosity is far greater than a singular thing. And I think language, especially, not to sound too specific, call outly, I think the Japanese learning community is probably much more exaggerated in this, where it's not how I can make Anki work with Duo, right? It's not this phrase, how I can make Anki work with Duo, is how Anki replaces Duo. And then they say it's objective, right? You say it's objective, yet you do know that the argument that you're making that Anki is better means that this is not objective anymore. It's subjective. What are the evidence? Both Anki and Duo exist at the same time. So before you go and support confirmation bias by saying something shouldn't exist, right? That's what you're suggesting. Like, if Anki replaces Duo, then Anki is default better than Duo. That's why Anki replaces Duo. But before you confirmation your bias towards your hypotheses, which is Anki is better than Duo, for example, observe the null hypothesis. Both of these things exist. Duo is more popular than Anki. And actually, people can explain that. A lot of people say like, oh, well, Duo, lots of advertisements and stuff like, okay. Well, at some point, Duo was not the powerhouse of popularity. That's still confirmation bias. You're building a narrative that supports your hypotheses and not challenging it. Both of these exist at the same time. So therefore, they are not replacements for each other. If you truly believe that something is a replacement of something else, then the natural logic that you would observe is that one will suffer at the other one's success. Does Duo make Anki less successful? Does Anki make Duo less successful? Like from the perspective of the devs, like if you care about your product, right? And I hope you care about the people behind the product. I met someone recently that was incredibly enthusiastic about Renshu, who apparently might be a single developer. If you care about those people's well-being, as a compassionate person would, offering advice about language learning, you would probably understand that I typically ask questions like, oh, hey, does Renshu? You're saying Renshu is an all-access Anki. Does Renshu and Anki developers know each other? Because they likely would benefit from each other. What helps them helps the other. And then I asked, like, well, Renshu kind of sounds like Bushu. Do the two developers know each other? Because to them, when they care about language learning, in my opinion, instead of constantly having ad hominem arguments against Duolingo, like, oh, this is a corporation, they're greedy, they don't really care about your learning language, right? Making ad hominems like that, I didn't see Duo releasing some scathing things saying, we're better than Anki, here you go. They are stating all the things that makes them good, and that's it. They didn't do like the other business tactics, anti-competitive practices, like the people who love these products. They're not. I don't remember seeing like the Anki developer or the Renshu developer come out and say, "Hey, my product is better, and this product is terrible. I am a replacement for this product." At least I don't see any evidence. It would be nice to see that, like if you can observe it. Is Duo actively saying, don't use these products, we're the best? Or are they saying, we think we're the best, here are the reasons? If you disagree, that's perfectly fine. But that's different from saying we replace Anki, we replace Bushu, we replace Renshu. You might think it implies that, and that's where I can connect with all those people. I can connect with those people because they believe when duos say they are the best, it means they replace Anki and Renshu. And that's when it gets personal. As in, oh, they're definitely not the best. Like, I use these tools, so they're lying. They're lying to me that they're the best. They're lying to everyone else who thinks Duo is the default, right? That's actually fair. That's a very fair comment. My take on that is, I can feel the betrayal. If people think that Duo is advertising they're the best, and it turns out they didn't get the results that they want, that sucks. That actually does suck. I can definitely concede to the emotional level of that. One thing I don't think it's an improvement in it is that you peddle whatever your favorite tool is and you slander the other tool. Language the ultimate product, in my opinion, of that is you get even less language learner. So tell me, so if I ask these people, actually some people say, yes, that's exactly my point. And I full respect to people. I've proposed this challenge to them. So you're telling me that if you don't learn language correctly, you might as well not learn language at all. You might as well not learn at all. And actually, I'm going to tell you now, there are a few people who did say that because they have high standards. And I remember those days. I was a kid who had high standards too. Like, dude, why are you majoring in biology if you can't even take biology seriously? Right? You might as well not learn biology at all. Just go like learn math or learn English or something instead of that. That's the type of mentality, right? I was there. I was a kid who had a small world where I can't possibly see people being happy with learning something instead of learning correctly. And it's very disappointing. As a teacher, I don't care what you learn, how much you learn. If you learn something, it brings joy to my heart. Like this whole rant, I don't care if you learn, I don't care what you learn or what you take from this. Know that if I have your confidence that I can project in some compassion and you can acknowledge, you can see that, then that's heartwarming already. If you learn something that's also really great, like about yourself, like that's fine. I'm not here to prescribe this stuff, but it sucks now that the internet, we're gonna go back to the very first thing. It sucks now that the internet tells you, in general, at least you have convinced yourself. A lot of these individuals, in my opinion, have convinced themselves what is worth it. What is worth it? What was it like to be a weeb, for example? Oh, you like DBZ? Hey, let's talk about DBZ. Well, what happened after the post-internet thing? Oh, DBZ, that's garbage, man. You might as well not even watch anime. Like, that's freaking garbage. Like, you consider yourself someone who knows about anime when you only watch that type of garbage? That's what the internet did, in my opinion. That's what the hustle culture of the internet did. Somehow, no matter what, you're going to have someone that one-ups you. So if you're doing well on something, someone who's doing better is going to come up and knock you down a peg. It's not an exercise in humility for that person who is oppressive, but it is a bit of exercise of humility to someone like me. I like getting, I hope no one takes this out of context, but I like humility checks. I like when someone is going to come to me after this digression, once I post this digression, they're going to say like, well, here are all the following counter arguments, right? I'm like, thank you for that advice. I will grow from that. The question is, are you going to grow from that for being oppressive? Like, did you take anything from me? It's called, I offered this generosity and you're offering generosity to me, right? Are we exchanging understanding of each other? Most of the time it's someone coming to me and saying, yeah, darn straight, I'm right. Go off and then pat themselves on the back and they've learned nothing. Meanwhile, I'm graciously, in my opinion, I actually like taking that advice because in the future, I will be able to form a stronger counter argument to that existing counter argument. If I still don't agree with that counter argument, knowing that counter argument is very, very informative to how I can form a stronger defense on it. What did I just describe? Hats off. That's what a PhD is. In my opinion, one of the strongest aspects of having to do a thesis on things you discover is pretty much everything outside of your immediate colleagues are against you. the peer review process is relentless. But now, the peer review process used to be unique to the science community, in my opinion, to the scientific community. Now we have the internet. So everything you do on the internet is subjected to peer review. And in this case, the peer review are not competent. Like, a lot of people that are peer reviewing you are not competent. They're projecting emotional disagreements. So while the science predating the internet had to use pre-review, peer review, pre-selected by experts, right? Like, you have to be among that to do critiques online. All of that is gone. Everyone and anyone can be a self-proclaimed expert. So that's what I fear all the time. If there's any insecurities I have, I've already admitted this to that guy using ChatGPT. I can't beat ChatGPT, man. It's really, really powerful and strong. It will always have more information than I do as a human being. So it was an incredibly humbling experience. And it's kind of humorous because the person that posted it doesn't want to take credit for it, when they're the one that did it. They made the decision to use ChatGPT. Instead, they said it wasn't serious. They tried to remove themselves associated with it. And I actually thought it was a really, really wonderful exercise. So instead of pretending to care, even pretending to care, they didn't care in the first place. Going back to the whole, like, selling yourself short, right? I hope that person goes on to do something brilliant and not just take anything not seriously, right? That was like a double negative. All right, so I want to end on like a positive note. What is the positive note here? I feel that in the future, this internet culture that we have now will become normalized by many different forces, many subjective forces of subjective human forces, right? As in, like, when something reach a critical mass, which I do feel like we're coming to a critical mass at this point, that the pushback and the refinements of the human condition will make the future of language learning, will make it relevant to this. The future of language learning so different from the way it is now. And what I mean by that is all the comments I have now may be completely different in the future, and we might have more emergent issues or not. But I actually think that the dialogue I'm having with myself, specifically the dialogue with myself and everyone else, all the people who hate me for using Duolingo, all the people who say I only defend me, all this interaction is necessary. So meanwhile, yes, I'm trying to put out the fire, or I'm attempting to put out the fire, but it's part of the process, right? Fire, conflicts, I'll put war in, like intellectual war. Those are the challenges that allow humans to reach a critical mass in which they reach a new human condition regarding things like language learning. So I'm very optimistic that at least a dialogue is being had. It's not going to make feelings, it's not going to save people's feelings, it's not going to make you any happier. Like, for me, I say I'm disappointed, but I expect those things. Lots of people's feelings are going to be hurt. Some people are going to be sacrificed. Like, most people think that whenever you use Duolingo, you're making a sacrifice for language learning. That's how crusades and religion, right, come about. Or I'm defending Duolingo, so I could be the part of the occult, right? So that kind of thing. These challenges will be able to create reform So hopefully the future looks different. At least there's dialogue of conflict. It's so different from like Apple, and like it's so different from like monopolies. So at least we're not in the position where anti-competitive practices remove any form of conflicting dialogue, right? Even in the case of Apple, there are challenges to autonomy, right? So I actually still continue to support people's counter arguments or against Duolingo, because that's the only way I will continue to learn from Duolingo. Ironically, everything that people point out that Duolingo doesn't do, it's more information for me to do it while using Duolingo, right? I make it work. So the future might be still bright. I think having dialogues and continuing to having dialogues should be the thing. Unfortunately, for my video comments experiences, the other person walks away and doesn't stay to have these dialogues. So that person's growth is only dependent on whoever comes after me. In my case, I'll wait for that person to return with new like counter arguments or new suggestions and stuff. Rooks don't jump over things. Have you been talking to the knight again? What the? Okay, new language resources have been discovered. Okay, and it's looking pretty good right now. Close master, basically Anki, but it explains grammar when you ask it to, and it has realistic AI voices. Also, it's gamey kind of, but not too much. Interesting. How accessible is it? Hank says something. Yes, we now have the sum total of mankind's knowledge at our fingertips, as opposed to finding limited resources in a library. Back in my day, yeah. Hank, you're my senior, right? That is felt really hard, because even when I was of an age to have access to use a library, it was already moving beyond the library. We forgot that too often and don't think about how much easier it is to reach your potential and learn new things. It's so much so that it's like... Sorry, I've talked way beyond. That was like... I think that was like 40 minutes ago. My bad, guys. And then welcome back, JD. Alright, cool. You get 30 free sentences per day to do, or you can pay a subscription or buy a lifetime to get full access. Okay. Also, it has reading sections and listening sections with real audio. Nice. That sounds excellent. It is a freemium service, and I probably expect it to be some sort of proprietary, so I probably can't show it on stream and stuff, but I'll keep that in mind. I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break, and we're gonna finally do our lesson. I'll be right back. All right. Also, thanks, Bitherson. Yeah, I don't let people control me, but at the same time, um, I let people inspire me all the time, Bitherson. So if you really, really love something, it makes me all the more reason to want to love it as well. If I have time, right? If it's humanly possible to juggle all of that. Uh, Closemaster has been around for a really long time. They keep updating it to add new features and such. Visually, I've always had a hard time with it. I know No, aesthetics is a great thing. Let's not try to discount psychology or psychological motivations, Katie. I think that's a very valid point, visually. Are the grammar explanations written by the team, or is it using AI to explain the grammar? Interesting. So it uses the base in data training, right? Yeah, ChatGPT. I am going to do something. I'm going to test something in the future, Jamie. That involves large language models. But for now, I'm not doing that. As in, like, I'll probably talk about it in the future, but it's not for another 3 months. I've already planned for something that integrates large language models, but not for the time being. Yeah, me too. Lots of things to talk about, right? You know me, chasing the next trend and talking about using, the good old problem solving and critical thinking to evaluating and connecting things for people's purposes, right? I wouldn't be using Duolingo now if that was the case. LLMs are really good at hallucinating things that sound correct, indeed. But someone who really needs the information does not have enough knowledge to know what. Yep. That's a very great place to start. Why did I place a 6 months to a 1 year thing? You have basically read my mind. Or you just explained what I was trying to avoid explaining, so I don't digress anymore. I was trying to indirectly prevent myself from having to say what you just said, but all right, Shady, way to make me spend another 30 minutes. Heckin' Shady. I don't know how accurate ChatGPT is, as I have only used it for Spanish so far, and I have enough knowledge to know what's wrong, but ChatGPT does screw up all the time, and I can see messing things up there as well. That's a fair assessment, Jamie, as long as you're aware. I think we're all of the like mind here to have all the cautionary gates that are involved in being aware of the pros and cons, right? That is what we're here for, at least in my opinion. And I like to believe that's why you still come back and tell me things, Jamie. Like minds stick together, right? Groupthink and all. Also hallucinations as well. Just so you know, it's funny that it's called hallucinations. It's a human property, and humans do it all the time. Funny how that works, right? When you learn from a human being, or get advice from the anonymous Japanese language learner who tells you exactly what is right and what is wrong, would you take the accuracy of ChatGPT over someone who has an agenda advising you on what is the best way to learn Spanish? It's very poetic. I actually want to do a digression about how it mirrors confirmation bias and all the psychological fallacies that a human being can offer when trying to teach a language as well. Yep. We'll save that topic for another time, though. Okay. Let's see if we can get to the end of this one. Alright. College Town. Let's see if... So what are we focusing on? We're focusing on if the pools the pools of prompts increased. My fingers crossed if the pools of prompts increase. So I'm going to be hyper focused on the type and content of the prompt frequencies. Like what type of prompts come up, and then like how often is repeating, seeing if the content also got bolstered, right? That makes it really fun, in my opinion, like to remember not just the answers to the prompts, but also the prompt themselves, the prompt design. You don't know, I take people's advice, but I usually try to fact check everything as much as I can, because I have heard people confidently tell me crazy things. That's a great way to continue being vigilant. Vigilant about that. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, like as confident as they are, I have no reason not to believe them. It is fair. It is fair. I like that. I like that you give people the benefit of doubt, while at the same time, willing to invest time in potentially like adding to your understanding, right? I would actually go even further. I would actually go even further and say, if I have suspicions about this person's confidence, I want to ask myself, why am I suspicious? How do I vindicate that suspicion? And then go about looking for things that would vindicate my suspicions. And then ask myself if I understand that person's motivation well enough in order to circumvent and connect with that person. Because if that person is, in fact, maybe potentially having an incomplete image of whatever they're offering, I want both of us to gain something from this. So not only if I try to reach rapport by understanding what that person's motivation is, I can interact with that person and we both can work together for a better solution. So one step even above that. And you can't necessarily do that with an AI. Just saying. For now, you can't necessarily do that. So, right? So the thing about humans is when you talk to a teacher, it can absolutely be a mutual generosity in ideal exchange. So you are also motivated to doing that, right? Yeah, fact checking is important, especially in today's world. Confidence is alluring, and I think it is a human trait that has led to many good things in society, but also many, indeed. And that tends to be the trend with human behaviors, though. Yeah, good or bad in every parts, yes. And understanding that and using that and leveraging that is magic. We are here because of everything that preceded before us. They are the product of human creation. So let's not forget that involves the interaction and mutual understanding and resonance between two individuals. So when someone goes out to offer you advice and you're suspicious and you fact check, do one better. Use that information to interact with the other person, and that mutual understanding might lead to bigger opportunities than just saying if you're right or wrong, right? Much like that person is imposing a right or wrong if they are fully confident. So I usually try to do that, but the door gets shut most of the time. But the idea is you doing that in practice, it becomes second nature, in my opinion. That's opening doors is a great life skill to have, being able to open opportunities. And AI can't really do that yet, for now. So that's another opinion that I have about ChatGPT. So, but let's maybe put that into experiments another 3 months down the line. Hey, why don't you also handwrite Japanese and kanji? I heard it was very useful Why don't I? I do it every 3 days, Gabriel. If you check every 3 days, I write in Japanese and kanji. I think the question you're trying to ask me is why don't I do it every day? And that goes back to our discussion about complacency. Yeah, so I do that. So, yes, every 3 days. And now it's going to look like it's every 2 days because the structure has changed. So I write in Japanese and kanji every 2 days, probably. So I do write in Japanese. And earlier on, back in the day, I used to write Japanese every single day. That is how I acquired hirakana and katakana. However, if I do it every single day, I become complacent. So I don't want to overdo it. Much like my theory behind keeping things different. I also technically write kanji every single day after every lesson because there's going to be a kanji character that comes up after the 2x bonus using the kanji section in Duolingo. And I think a lot of people see that I do that a lot. And kanji is the easiest part to remember for me because of that. So not only do I look forward to kanji, it is the most vivid memory, and you are correct. When you have more encoding, like writing, seeing, and attaching a meaning to the stuff, like to kanji, all at once, your encoding is bigger, right? It's more reliant. So my kanji memory, I know every single kanji that's introduced to Duolingo, as opposed to only knowing 90% of the vocabulary from the lessons, because kanji involves writing, seeing, and repetition in a very, very different way. So that also forwards my perspective on output being useful for input. So, and how do I elevate my memory for the lessons? I produce sounds for all of them. Output gets downplayed all the time, but even the act of constantly struggling to produce a particular sound reminds me of the words that I need to know. Like, for example, graduate. I struggled with that yesterday quite a lot. So some people might find it weird, like, why are you saying this out loud? Are you talking to yourself? Like, yes, it's the act of encoding more things at the same time. Both speaking to yourself and writing are different aspects of output that encourages memory. So I do output regardless if I'm getting inputs, but usually input and output are at the same time. I output things I don't understand while getting input on things I need to understand at the same time. As much as I can, to a reasonable degree, with time permitting.
田舎に引っ越しました。
Okay, so, wait. Oh.
何時田舎
田舎にOh, move,
引っ
right.
越しました。
Goshimashita. I forgot this one. Goshimashita is to move for my total recall today. So that's fine.
田舎に引っ越しました。
Yeah, I moved to the countryside.
田舎に引っ越しました。
There's no big clothing store in this town. Okay. So far the prompts are, this pool is familiar to me already, but this is the current pool. I need to complete this pool at the moment. Okay.
大きい
Oki
服屋
Fukuya ni I guess this would be considered a new thing, right? Fukuya. Yeah, that's kind of a cheap get though. Fukuya. Fukuya. Oops, I've got the.
町。この。
I made a mistake yesterday because I forgot
こ
kono.
の。
That's how I made the mistake yesterday.
は。
この町は大きい福屋にあります？ありません？ありません。
ありません。
Okay. And I did it again. Oh. I swapped the two. I swapped the two particles.
はい、先月高校を卒業しました。
Fine. Yes. Oh, wait, I can practice this. So, can I hear this again?
卒業しました。
卒業 yeah. 卒業しました。Okay. はい。はい。はい。先月高校を卒業しました。卒業しました。卒業。
はい、先月高校を卒業しました。
Okay, it's not like 卒業. You can't get away with 卒業しました. I feel like I want to say 卒業しました. Can I hear that again?
はい、先月高校を卒業しました。
I don't know. Okay. So it kind of sounds like 卒業. I'm gonna need to hear more samples or a different sample from outside. Okay. I graduated from high school, or I graduated high school. Preposition drop. Yes, I graduated high school last month. キャンパスに銀行はありますか？ Works for me.
大学の食堂。
大学の食堂。食堂。I totally forgot about cafeteria. 食堂。
大学の食堂。
Okay. University cafeteria, sure. Oh. Cookie. Osaka. And they just decide to put in the city. Is Osaka air clean, right? Osaka no cookie. Osaka no cookie wa kirei desu ka? Cookie. Osaka no cookie wa kirei desu ka?
キャンパスの近くに服屋はありません。
キャンパスの近くに服屋はありません。There's no clothing store near campus. カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか？ショッピングセンターにいいカフェがあります。Yes?
キャンパスに病院はありますか？
キャンパスに病院はありますか？ Is there a hospital on campus? Wait. Oh. I skipped there. Is there a hospital on campus? Hey, 町に何がありますか？
にが
中国語の先生は、親切人です。親切な人です。中国語の先生は、親切、it is 親切ね。親切, I mean, not Shin, but oh yeah, Shin, oh Shin, sorry, Shinsetsu, saying Shin, yeah, Shinsetsu na hito desu. Oops, I was like making really heaning. That's not how that works. 中国語の先生親切な人です。Oh no, wait. 親切 that works.
親切
Okay, never mind. Just kidding. I overthought of it.
は
Don't forget my particles. 中国語の先生は親切な人です。きれいな空気。
きれいな空気
How do I screw this up?
この町
にwhere is it? 福屋は
ありません。大きい。
Okay. Okay. Alright, it's kanji time. Kanjuriri. Alright. Okay. Oh, it's got some stuff here. Okay. Mokuyobi. Oh, there's the Mokuyobi.
木曜
With ki.
日木曜日木曜日木曜日き
What the flip? Oh, what the flip? Aki?
秋
I don't have Aki. I don't have this either. What the heck is this? It has tomorrow, ashita. Maybe like it's gotta be asate. Asate.
あさって
Yeah, I don't have these. I don't know where these are. Ki.
木曜日
And ni ni that says Atsuka. Atsuka. I don't have that either. Atsuka.
20日
20nichi. What the freak? I'm so confused now. Oh, this is probably like day. Like 20th day. Hatsuka. But they're saying it like 22 days. It's kind of like the ichinichi thing with the tsuitachi. Yeah, it's like tsuitachi. Why? They didn't correct that. Oh no. Oh no, I'm having nightmares of the future, Shady. The nightmares in the future is coming to life. When they add all the other numbers, it's going to be kind of nuts. It's a strike of the tsuitachi all over again. Oh no.
Ki.
Oh no. What is this? I don't know what this is. What is happening? What is this? What Oh, thanks, Nojo.
木春
Which one's Haru? I'm gonna guess this is Haru. As in, Haru spring? It's probably spring, right? Haru.
20歳
Nijusai? Oh, like year? Nijusai. That's probably like year. Seems like they adjust the kanji. Oh, it's tsuikareta. Wait, why are you saying tsuikareta? Oh, is that what that is? I'm so confused now. I hate all of you. It's like putting dozens on the test and asking for 12. Yeah. It's this. So I think Lotus was just saying they're tired. Oh, okay. Okay. It's getting there. It's getting there, Nojo. Still got a long ways to go. Mada desu. Mada desu. I'm just saying I'm tired, just joined, have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, okay, Lotus, I hate you. I didn't mean go into the closet and never come back out, Lotus. What the heck? You were supposed to come back out when we were ready.
狭い
Oh, semai. Oh. Semai is cramped, isn't it? Isn't semi cramped? Like narrow? Pretty sure it's from the unit describing like apartments and houses, right? Yeah, semi. When we learned spacious. Yeah, when we learned spacious. Which is like hiroi. Right? Spacious? Hiroi. And then mokuyobi.
木曜日木曜日
Man, that's so long ago. I hate you. You're supposed to come back when we're ready. This seems healthy.
木曜日木曜日
Okay. Oh my gosh, what is that? Oh, that guy kind of looks familiar. It looks like a related one. It kind of reminds me of the left side of another one. Okay.
Ki.
What is this one? Are? Ari? Ari? It's gotta be Ari. Yeah, Ari is the only one.
鳥
Tori. Oops, sorry. Tori. My bad. Oh, it's a bird. Aw. Tori. It's a... This is bird, isn't it? That's gotta be bird, right? It doesn't look like a bird, but... Tori? Please tell me that's a bird.
木曜日
Okay, mokuyobi, nichiyobi. Back to things. Wait, what is this? So, hachika.
20日
What's happening? Oh my gosh, what is this?
男
Otoko? This I don't have at all.
男
Otoko? No, I don't have this at all.
Ki.
Hasamu. Okay, Hasamu use the same kanji, and it means to pinch, hold something. Think like holding chopsticks. I see. Related to narrow cramp. Ah. Oh wait, Otoko is. I actually don't remember. Now I don't remember anymore. If I have it, I don't remember. Wait. Oh, hold up. Otoko. Oko. Is it a family member? No, I'm thinking of a different word. Otoko noko? I don't know what otoko noko means either. It could be in the 10% though. As someone who is only studying Chinese characters, how in the world does Japanese language know how to break down kanji intro words without knowing the character? I have no idea. What say you, Shady and Lotus? Maybe just Shady. How would you answer that? Cause I don't really know, honestly. I'm brute forcing. Oh, Jacob is already over there. Never mind. We're good. Okuyobi. I only brute force. Right now I'm only brute forcing with radicals. Brute forcing with radicals. Okay.
木曜日
Right.
き
Key. Oh, I remember someone using this. Is it next month? No, we already know Daigetsu. And we already know Sengetsu. Something month, maybe? Wait, shh. Lotus is thinking, and I don't like when Lotus thinks. It interferes with my thinking. It's, oh, male or man. Oh, okay. So otoko is male or man. Yeah, I don't have it. Nope. The closest thing to gender that I have was, oh, you remind me of a vocabulary I got yesterday. Lady. Lady? Or something? Lady. That's the closest thing I have. The ladies' room, or like a women's room or something. And Shady reminded me that it's off lady, not woman. Oh, that was on the guidebook. It was in the guidebook. Not we didn't learn it yet. It's in the guidebook. It was in the guidebook when we had that discussion. Yeah. So I don't know any of these actually.
料理
Ryori. Oh, which one's ryori? So this is food, right? Ryori or cuisine. Which one is it? Is it this one? Okay, ryori. So that's cuisine or food.
外国人
Gaikokujin. Gaikokujin. Some sort of person. So it's got to be this, but Gaikokujin. The only reason is because Hito is in there, but Gaikokujin. This left one looks familiar. This left one looks like outside. Oh, it's a foreigner. It's a foreigner. This has got to be a foreigner. Gaikokujin. Because left side is outside. So it's an outside person. And then the middle is something. I don't know what the middle means. But the left side is Soto. So the left side is Soto. And the right side is Hito. So it's got to be a foreigner, right? This has got to mean a foreigner. Or something. Gaikokujin. Or an outside person of some sort. And then,
毎月
Maitsuki? I have no idea what Maitsuki is. Maitsuki? No idea. It doesn't sound like anything that deals with month. This is so much fun, but I think I don't know if this is a bug or anything from the change Lotus, but this is absurd. Oh, just so you know. Okay. Lotus. This is a known behavior. So this is the only way I know about it. You remember when I said the pool thing with X, Lotus? When you do X? From time to time, I would say 1 to 5% of the time, after you do a certain amount of bootstrapping like I do in for learning kanji, you can hit a later lesson or an unrelated lesson. And this has happened already on stream. It's happened like 4 times before. So I'm guessing in some way there's some sort of spaghetti code of bootstrapping. If you cancel or like keep you doing things, you can trigger a maybe an older artifact or something. This has happened before already on stream. It actually happened, yeah, 4 or 5 times. So I don't think this is related to the whole like the plan. I don't think this happens very often. At least I think. But it is really fun when it does, though. Maybe it is all plans. Who knows? Yeah, see, now we're back to normal stuff, I think.
木曜日
Maybe not. Okay, key.
Key.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, now we're back to normal. 何曜日
何曜日日
日
曜日
曜日
木曜日人
人
木
I think it's pretty cool. If they deliberately did that just to be like, hey, occasionally we put in an Easter egg to like tease things, I think that's cool. It's like playing a video game. You drop in and the first boss is like a later boss, but it like spanks you and is a scripted loss. That's kind of how it feels, in my opinion. You learn a lot from it, and then when you come back to it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But you have some clues, right? That's how I would describe it as a gamified thing. Duolingo is secretly made by from software. Yeah.
Ki.
It has happened though. I've got it to happen a couple times. I did eventually learn the kanji for the ones that slipped through. Like I saw sakana, yasui, takai early, from spamming every lesson set, practicing the kanji. I've seen them before I actually got them. So it can happen.
木曜日
Mokuyobi, sure. So fun.
木
Oh, and thank you for trying to answer that, because that's way out of my depth.
曜
Mokuyobi.
Ki.
Okay. I don't trust myself to be able to comment on the relationship between Mandarin and Japanese yet.
日曜日
Nichiyobi.
今日
Yo.
木曜日
Ki.
き
Yama.
山
Wow, I spent like 15 minutes engaged in that. See, this is what I mean. I love that. What was it? Gaikujin? Gaikujin? I like that. That's probably foreigner, right? I love that I recognize Soto and Hito in Gaikujin. Or Gaikujin. Okay, okay, Gaikokujin. Okay. What does it mean? It kind of sounds like a formal version of foreigner. Instead of saying like gaijin, right? The truncation. I'm guessing gaijin is the abbreviation of gaikojin, right? If you contract it like what Shady said before, where like there's oftentimes a abbreviation like what was it? Toldai, or no, Toldai, yeah, Toldai, or like the Trader Joe's example where you like abbreviated. I'm guessing gaijin came from gaikokujin, probably. As the kanji nerd that I am, I bought books that aren't about learning kanji, but rather writing about kanji themselves, their construction. I see how they morph when imported and how to interpret multi kanji words, all that type of thing. That does sound nerdy. I'm gonna have to leverage that that wisdom in the future for sure. It will help me learn kanji even in a different dimension by interacting with you regarding that. Yep. So soto and hito is the abbreviation. Oh, okay, so you put them together, you get gaijin. That's so neat. Oh, and then the middle is country. I see. The middle kanji is country. Outside country person. Very nice. Interesting. If anyone wants to be nerdy as well, the book is called Kanji no Satori. Why do I know what kind of feeling about Satori? Why does Satori or Satori? Yeah, Satori or Satori sounds so familiar. What does that mean? Oh, because you mentioned Satori Reader. That's right. That's right, Lotus. You mentioned Satori Reader. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, you mentioned it. I think you mentioned it yesterday, didn't you? Before you ghosted me for that Minecraft streamer. Lotus always ghosts me for a Minecraft streamer. I feel cheated on. I'm like yesterday's news. Oh, the understanding or enlightenment. I see. Indeed, you should try it out. Probably not streamable though. Oh, it's probably not. Is it a paid thing? Is it a proprietary thing? I'll probably try it out though. Still. Interesting. Let me open a tab. Hold up. Satori Reader. Oh, it's an app. Interesting. The basic with limited articles is free to use. Subscription is 550 articles. 9 months a month. Or 90 days a year. I mean 90 days a year. $90 a year. Okay. All right. The kanji on Goku's shirt is Satori. Okay, you're just nerding out now. I have a question. I have another question. I just realized. Hold up, let me look at my previous drawings. I just realized I can connect something now. Hold up, let me look at the previous drawing. Oh no. Never mind. No, that's a different. What is this one? What is this? I'm not sure if the stroke order is correct, but what is this? Speaking of like things on people's gi. Oh, it's heaven. Oh. Okay. N as in heaven. I see. Do you know what character I'm referring to? Huh? Shady? Mr. Goku's shirt. Like, what a weeb. I'm just kidding. Do you know whose shirt do you know whose gi I'm thinking of? I don't know what that is, Lotus. Oh, that's weather. Oh, Tenki. Oh, interesting. You just know about Goku? Oh, no, you know about this character, Shady. You know about this character. It's the character on Akuma's back. It's Akuma's back, or Akuma, as most know it now, I suppose. It's on the back of his gi. Seven Spirit. Tenki. Come on, Shady. How could you not know Akuma? Listen, Goku's got nothing on Ryu, okay? Ryu and Akuma. Ryu doesn't have anything on his gi, though. Okay.
フィリピン人
Philippine Jin. This.
です。
Oh, we're on personalized practice now, right?
公園
公園でバーベキュー。バーベキュー。バーベキュー。
バーベキュー
バーベキュー。バーベキューをします。Oh, you were trying to connect it to a Dragon Ball character? Oh, actually, that's fair. I guess I was leaping a little too far out. My bad. You know, in Japanese, when it comes to like fighting characters, there are so many characters that have gis, and I realized that there's a chance now I actually know what the symbol is on the back. I think that's what inspired me when you said Goku. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? There are a lot of Japanese video game characters as well that have gis with large kanji on their back. And the first one that came to mind was Akuma's gi. Because the iconic pose. I don't know if you play Street Fighters at all or seen Street Fighter, Shady. The iconic pose for Akuma is when he does what is it called? The Raging Demon. When he does Raging Demon, and then he would pose with looking over the shoulder with his gi bright, like the kanji bright on his back. The Raging Demon. How do you even say Raging Demon in Japanese? Oh, you know what? It would be kind of fun to learn the Japanese, or to like deconstruct the Japanese names of martial arts moves, or like character moves or techniques in the future for video games, like fighting moves. That would be kind of fun. Oh, that's what Demon looks like. Satori is on the front of Goku's. Oh, okay. And in the back of his is Kame. Oh, turtle. Oh, enlightened turtle, kind of a hermit-like thing, right? As a Master Roshi thing. Wasn't the gi given by Master Roshi originally? The Kame was probably referring to like the turtle, like the turtle school appearance that Master Roshi had. I don't remember anymore. Or that might be the gi that was given by what's his name, King Kai. I don't remember anymore. My DBZ lore is non-existent anymore. I don't remember. Did I extend? It's been too long. Yeah, me too. I don't remember his gi. Was it still the same gi that Master Roshi gave him, or did he get a new one from King Kai? From King Kai after he trained with King Kai after his first death. I know a little bit of Dragon Ball. Oh, I see. Is that why Japan can't get rid of kanji? So you could write Japanese in only kanji then, right? I haven't seen that.
どんな
どんなホテル
ホテル
を探しましょうか。
探しましょうか
彼女、
彼女と don't Lotus, don't you dare Yogi Bear me. Picnic. Oh, it's so subconscious now. Picnic o tanoshimi desu. I hate you, Lotus.
ケーキを切ります。あ、ナイフはどこですか？
They can't cut the knife because they can't cut the knife. They can't cut the cake because they don't have a knife. Or they don't know where the knife is. I'll show you a picnic. Start with a picnic. Okay, alright. Blank wa yoku barbecue o shimasu. I don't know why I said it like that. Natsu works.
明日はバーベキューをします。今日はスーパーに行きましょう。そして肉と野菜を買いましょう。
I'm going to watch a Minecraft stream where you're accepted.
明日はバーベキューをします。今日はスーパーに行きましょう。
Or buying
そして
groceries.
肉と野菜を買いましょう。
Gotta buy stuff for the barbecue tomorrow.
Hana さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？
Wait, what did you just say?
Hana さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？
Oh. Do you want to travel? Oh, would you like to travel on March 2nd? Not March 2nd, May 2nd. What am I doing? いいですね。ネットでホテルを予約しましょう。Reserve a hotel on the net.
どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
どんなホテルを探しましょう。探しましょうか。What kind of hotel should we look for?
あの動物と遊びませんか？
あの動物と遊びませんか？遊びましょう。Let's hang out with the animal. Play with the animal.
猫と遊びませんか？
猫と遊びませんか？ Would you like to play with the cats?
7月2日に旅行しませんか？
No love for dogs, apparently. 7月2日 Oh, it's too soon for this stuff. 7月2日に旅行しませんか？ Would you like to travel on July 2nd?
山を楽しみます。
山を楽しみます。We are going to enjoy the mountains.
フィリピン人です。
フィリピン人です。
いつケーキを切りますか？
いつケーキを切りますか？ When are we going to cut the cake?
Get more with Super Dual.
Okay.
1年生
1年生。
1年生
Okay. 1つ。No, 5つ。Whoops.
5つ
休みます。Don't you? Oh, this works though. This is 1日。
1日
Yes.
5
5
月
月。In the lessons, it works. The kanji section is all borked.
買います
書きます。
書きます
Oh, you know what's funny? In the comprehensive input video from like the lady, I wasn't ever expecting to hear the word buragu or kaji, and she actually used it because she's a content creator. So you know what? Of all the things that I wasn't gonna hear from buragu no kaji, or kiji. Dang it, Lotus. Don't pretend that you didn't hear me say kaji instead of kiji again. Just don't. I don't want to hear it. But buragu no kiji, right? I was not expecting that to write a blog post. But yeah. Come on, Lotus. Did you really leave for that Minecraft streamer? Now I feel so neglected. Bet that person has a sparkling personality. Mm-hmm.
5月
2人
2人
2人4
4人
人5
5
つ
つ
食べます月曜日雨
雨
大きい
9
9
月
月
5
5
月
月
100
100 100 1日
1日
Wait, what is this?
1回
1回 Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what?
1回1日
Interesting. Hmm. Uh,
3
3
日
日
7
高い
水曜日
水曜日 Sorry, Wednesday. What was interesting? 1回 was I didn't know the kanji yet, so I'd like to sample kanji, but the kanji looked like this. And it sounded like this. It sounded like this. But the reason why it's interesting is because of this. Of kai. So I don't know what the relationship of this is with this. Because I have kai as in floors. But when I was clicking on it, it's like, wait a minute, that sounds like ikai. But it's not ikai. It's something else. Watching baseball and got distracted because the ball bounced off of the home plate and hit the umpire perfectly in the family jewels and he dropped instantly. Wait, like live? You like it just now happened? That's unfortunate. No relation to meaning. One of those Japanese homophones and why kanji starts to become more and more important. Yeah. Okay. So what does ikai mean in this case? In that one? Yeah. I imagine it was a homophone because Duolingo doesn't do like deliberately go out of their extent to introduce kanji that are homophone. Oh, it's okay. It's a counter for occurrences. I see. Yeah, I'm keeping up. Gabriel, you're more than welcome to talk about things. Jacob is the residential yap champion. I've met an equally rivaled yap champion. I think largely I trust Jacob in saying what I would probably say if I had any competence in saying it. Honestly. It's kind of refreshing, actually. Ichinensei.
1年生
Oh, that's interesting.
小学生
Shogatse.
小学生
Shogatse.
小学生
Interesting.
中学生
Chugatse. Oh, is this middle school and elementary
Shogatse.
school? Because this is small gakusei?
中学生
No. Oh, no. Like
小学生
small something. Small year? School year? Small school year, middle
Chugatse.
school year? So like middle school
小
and
学生
elementary school maybe? Obviously I didn't learn these anythings, but I'm just going off their naka. This is naka, right? It could be
中学生
interpreted as center or middle. Like middle school year and
小学生
elementary school year? Okay, yeah, okay. Good old
1年生
you gotta love it when the kanji checks out, right? Yeah. Okay, ichinensei.
二年生
2年生
何年生
何年生
1年生4年生
3年生
3年生
2日
2日
and then we know all the rest.
雨
1日5月8会います3年生
3年生話します
す
2
2
年
年
生
生
何年生1
1
年
年
生
生1000 Also, to complement something, what you guys are saying about like the complexity, the complexity of like kanji and Mandarin makes it super engaging and whatnot. I also would say that the complexity of its user, I guess I'm more inclined. I really do enjoy that. However, the complexity of its user is probably even more paramount to myself. It is coincidental that I happen to be an English speaker, but oftentimes the complexity of the people who use a language is almost unfathomably complex, depending on like whenever more groups use a language. So I like the elegance and sophistication of the Japanese language and the kanji writing system per se. However, if I had to weigh some things that really engages me, it's largely the complexity of its users. And without sounding too biased, it is biased because of my background, right? English is so misunderstood, but not misunderstood at the same time. It's so well and misunderstood all the time because of the complexity of its users. And to me, that sounds like an unfathomably complex situation. Right. Not reflexive of English's lower bottom line, but more thinking about its glass ceilings. And to me, I can't begin to even express or even think about listing the variances in English. Nevertheless, I still enjoy learning. Even learning another language reveals a lot of the depth that is unappreciated in English as well. So as I progressively gonna continue to learn other languages, perhaps for the foreseeable future, it only deepens, in my opinion. It further bolsters my intrigue in people who use English. So my learning of Japanese is constantly framed in how a Japanese person learns English, as opposed to me trying to be Japanese, right? Like unshackle myself from English. I'm constantly asking myself, how is it the other way around? Like, how do I explain to someone that present and present is unnaturally confusing in English? I'll let other people who know Japanese and English try to delineate what I'm referring to there about present and presento in English. Because honestly, if they're using it, if the Japanese people are using that, that's kind of confusing. Like the other way around. Kuchi. Kuchi. Wait, what is this? Nishi. I don't know anything that remotely sounds like that.
口
Okay, kuchi.
先月
Sengetsu.
先月
Eki.
何年生
1年生2年生3年生
口
ち
口何年生
One thing I do a lot is see something like Fuko which is literally Sky Harbor or airport, and then I giggle. That's a cute a port for air. Yeah, yeah. Then I have the realization that it's literally the same thing in English. Yeah, airport. It's a port for the air. I agree with you. I think stuff like that makes it so magical to learn more than one language. Oftentimes English words to me are just single units and I don't realize the smaller parts of the English word. Yeah. I think the incredible a perspective shift you get when you become slowly like I get that I'm not like removing it entirely, but what happens is when you step back and you live in another language and you start looking, you get like a somewhat like a somewhat of a hybrid outside perspective into the language again, right? Have you guys been noticed that the world is just getting more simpler even though the world is getting more advanced? It feels so strange. How do you mean the world is getting more simpler? It could be the digression I had about the hyper objectivity of information, but I think the world psychologically has become far more complex than it has ever been. However, if you're talking about like hyper objectivity, like on the online, people know right and wrong answers and always providing right and wrong answers and fact checking and stuff. I can understand that, how it would simplify the world. Or can feel like it's simplifying the world. I think life is becoming more convenient, but complexity of other situations are being exacerbated by that convenience. Yeah. Especially from a that convenience is creating emergent complexity that is not present before. I recently, just right before you arrived, Gabriel, like spent 2 or 3 hours exploring some particular emergent consequence of hyper objectivity, like oversimplification of things, that was a result in an unforeseen consequence of this more connected world, so to speak. And it's kind of one of my reasons why I stream or talk about these things. It's also why people think English is easy. Not that that's my opinion or anything. I'm indifferent because I don't usually think of things as hard and easy. More like, do you understand or you don't understand kind of thing. Like logos of companies have been getting more simpler. That's a Western minimalistic design. So minimalism doesn't mean it's getting simpler though. In my opinion. Languages like Chinese are getting more, getting simplified, sure. Like back day, it was rare for people to be literate. I think technology is advancing faster than human thought and understanding is evolving and is creating a lot of problems. That is exactly the underpinning thing. Yeah, the underpinning theme of that digression I had earlier today. We were playing catch up. But minimalism is a trend. It's a trend that is more evident in the people who are designing most of our technology at the moment, for example. So the things that you're talking about, like the Google and like Chinese simplification and whatnot, that is an era of trending things, as opposed to things are getting simpler. I think maybe the word is efficient. Things feel more efficient, but simplification makes things more complicated. Simplification compresses meaning. So like it's kind of like a paradox, right? Like say the phrase slap. back in the day, slap used to mean maybe physically slap someone, right? But now when you say simplification, yeah, certainly other words are being replaced by slap, like great, or it's, you know, it's great, or like cool or something. But this word has become more complex. Like, I don't think the overall complexity of meaning and stuff decrease over time. It actually kind of steadily increase over time. But the mechanics that we use to express them might have fewer things, perhaps, like because of the minimalistic trend, to minimalize the trend, right? However, their meaning itself continues to be carried in that, and it becomes harder actually a lot of time. Like, for example, when I always think about teaching, there's a difference between simplifying things and how do I say this? Kind of like reimagining things. So what I mean is like providing understanding doesn't necessarily mean you have to simplify the things. It can be a reinvention, right? A reinvention or a reform of it. So I feel like when it comes to what you're talking about in terms of logo design, or maybe like language per se, like the simplified language system that is happening with Mandarin, right? Since you're interested in Chinese, the language itself might mechanically appear simplified, but it is also compressing a larger volume of meaning. So inherently the mechanic might be simplified, but the understanding is still just as complex, if you know what I mean. One thing that has fascinated you about the simplification of Chinese is that they did it to improve literacy, which it did, but China is no more literate than places like Taiwan and Hong Kong. Oh, that's interesting. But it was paralleled in other changes China enacted at the time of simplification that made it seem like it was the reason for the increase in literacy. I see. So coincidental associations? Fair enough. Yeah, I read that history that China did it to help. They should go back to traditional characters, in my opinion, as they literally merge characters into one word. I can see that. I don't see that ever happening. The investment is there and the decision has happened. Different culture, right? Unilateral and adoption, right? Would be like asking Korean to go back to using kanji rather than Hangul. Yeah, Hangul for everything. And we're talking about another political system in philosophy. So change, to me, humans, I know this might sound a little bit biased, but when it comes to adapting, humans change forward looking and adapt to the current things, not, in my opinion, constantly preserving a past. Because if we do, in my opinion, logically speaking and philosophically, it stunts the growth of humanity in general. But you can learn from the past, certainly. And you can integrate something moving forward. But I think strictly holding on to a preservation lifestyle when the current climate is suggesting is not sustainable would be kind of more of a selfish request than a pragmatic one, which is very reflexive of the Chinese people being pragmatic. If you keep holding on to the past and you end up like Japan where you have to fax everything, yeah. I understand though, it is really nice to hold on to things. I totally understand the heritage part of things, right? I still, like a lot of people would still find it very cringy or unrelatable when I say things about my Chinese heritage through my parents and then how I'm raised American. But I do, and I really do, as a American, appreciate that whole preservationist perspective. However, when you're faced with so many indicators, coincidence or not, that a change must happen, I like to believe that generally the Chinese people in general follow through on whether it will work entirely or not. They tend to follow through with their commitments while trying their best to hold on to traditionalism. We keep poking some fun at Japan with the above statement. Yeah, I know. I actually talk about that quite a bit. It actually is incredibly disheartening that you can't have both. Like the preservation of Japanese's current system, while clearly seeing that there are very, very telltale signs of unsustainability for moving forward. And I talked about the work culture a lot. Even from a foreigner perspective, it's fairly obvious that the Japanese work culture is got to undergo some sort of reform. Korea, I kind of glancingly talked about Korea's situation, where xenophobia, lack of companionship and like openness and like reform is on an entirely different level that is crushing down on Korea. It's actually arguably maybe for people who lived in Korea and Japan to really know that whatever's happening in Japan is actually almost exacerbated even further in Korea right now. And to me, as a foreigner, it sucks to see a group of people with such rich history having a dilemma in being unable to preserve their way of life, but at the same time is coming to a critical mass that they must reform in order to make sure it perseveres, right, in any form. And I feel China is also going through that type of reform at the moment, even language-wise. Hey, Cozy. Sorry, I got a little deep there, but as someone who is sort of tangentially related to my Asian heritage, it's a very tough thing to see. It's kind of like watching a person who's depressed, but they know they're depressed. However, they rather toil in their depression than joining me and having fun and, you know, continuing to be happy, but also be happy with other people. So that's kind of how it feels when I see from an outside perspective. Like, I see countries that they have so many nice things going for them, but also the climate doesn't support that anymore. Yeah. And we're talking about a whole country of people. So that is really felt, at least in my opinion, as much as I can as a single person. To me, it's true as history in China shows as China tries to stick to their ways. Hong Kong, okay, yeah, political stuff. All right. As we can see, moving forward is what might be the end of the human race. That's a little hyperbolic. Humans are very, what is the word I'm looking for? Ironically preserving, right? So oftentimes when we think about hypothetically when like things like AI at the pace it's going, but we have to remember that advancements and stuff are dynamic. So if you assume that nothing changes along the way, then sure, you could make an argument about that. But since humans are reactive people, much like China and Korea and Japan right now, I suppose, when things continue, you have to remember that humans don't continue to behave the same way. So a lot of times when you think of like doomsday scenarios and stuff, it's being ignorant of emergent properties. Humans are emergent properties, as in they are capable of emergent properties. So when they are challenged with specific things as it's becoming to light, it's not static. So oftentimes math and science has this air of being misunderstood by extrapolation. Like for example, oh, in so and so many years, this is the projection. However, that's assuming that nothing changes, as in humans don't work towards anything. It's the current state and then extrapolated to the end. We are only as wise and our foresight is only as reliable as our current existing information. In hindsight, we cannot anticipate how humans will progressively adapt over a course of time. So that includes AI. Extrapolation is dangerous because in my opinion, sometimes it can warp what realistic outcomes would be or would likely be, is largely due to the nature that in order to make that extrapolation, you have to assume that everything stays the same. As in, humans won't moderate AI, there won't be pushbacks, there won't be like compromises along the way. If you assume everything is static now, then yes, the extrapolation holds. That's kind of how statistics, science holds when it comes to predictive power, right? The predictive power, it's assuming all the things stay the same. And rarely that is the case for humans. Thanks. I really need to remind myself to reactivate the bot because I don't really know where that's coming from. I'm guessing it's a YouTube thing. You work closely with AI in your job? Oh, that means I can use you as a residential expert. I'm just kidding. Jacob, don't feel obligated. Yeah.
駅
The thing about like its capacities are blown out of proportion constantly. I think that type of sentiment usually happens with pretty much anyone who specializes in a field or have exposure to a field that other people from outside are making commentaries about. Like for example, when I was working in science, whenever someone comes up and gets floored by some sort of journal, like some media covering like some genetic advancements or some comment on oncology at the intersect of nutrition, my first thought was, that's blown way out of proportion. That's not even close to the reality, kind of thing. And then, you know, you factor in like science fiction and sensationalism and your pleasure mediums, you know, like shows and TV shows, and then you got a recipe for a distorted appreciation for how fantastic human beings are. I know how this sounds, but I don't ever discount the human race. The human race is incredibly nimble, and I think China, Korea, and Japan, I like to remain incredibly hopeful that China, Japan, and Korea is able to navigate the things that we've been talking about. Imagine how I'm feeling seeing tech news. Everyone has got it wrong. Yeah, it's misinformed. Everyone is misinformed, right? They themselves can't be wrong by being misinformed, right? In a way, if you know what I mean. They're more like, the populace is more of a victim of, or like what I'm saying is the misinformation is giving a misrepresentation of. I don't think they themselves want to be wrong, I suppose. And then modern AI has the same architecture. It has a fish brain. Yeah, part of it is hype being built by the AI companies. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. sorry. The manufacturing side. Sorry. You know, if we're talking about someone themselves to try and get funding. The other part is people writing about things they don't fully understand. Yeah. When I would love to return to science, but that's kind of the same sentiments all the time. Like for example, someone coming by and tell me like, oh, you know that everything we eat, like did you know that X, Y, and Z causes cancer? Because so we don't just eat that. And I'm like, I don't know how to break it to you, but where did you get that idea? It's like, well, it's this thing. It's like, oh, okay. Do you know what that means? Like, well, you know. And I'm like, I don't know. Can you explain it to me? That's usually how it feels most of the time. And I don't even work in science anymore, right? So I don't even have like inside appreciation for that stuff anymore. And I still have the same feeling. I've come to the conclusion that existing on this planet is anyway causing this cancer. Listen, Jacob. Isn't it like, if we're talking about philosophy here, like in a sense, let's apply a blanketed philosophy. The thing that brings us warmth, energy, nutrients, even like psychological benefits and all that stuff, it's the thing that can cause cancer. Let's say anything else doesn't cause cancer. Like what I mean, I'm talking about the sun. Sorry. I don't know if I made it too obvious, but I'm talking about the sun. So like, I don't expect people to retain some of their high school like biology and stuff, but being alive causes cancer. It's like when you look up any symptom on WebMD and the result of that symptom is immediate death. Yeah. So I don't want it to sound like I'm being pedantic or condescending. Doomsaying can often blow things out of proportion and create the concern I have when I'm saying about hyperbolic sensationalism, much like the internet hustle culture. I'm so hitting the internet hustle culture much. It can make people like not like life anymore. What I mean is, it can hyper sensitize you to looking at all the things that will be missed, or all the things that are negative and things. And I think that, in my opinion, if we're talking about philosophy and psychology, that thing makes me weep inside. I'm a bleeding heart for someone who is both incredibly enthusiastic about something like that brings joy to their lives, while that very same thing will become their bane and their negativity because the internet offered a hyperbolic impression of something, right? Like, I don't know what is it on the conscience of people who hyperbolically favor their own narrow point of view at the expense of collateral damage. Like, for example, sensationalizing AI, modern AI. Just so you know, even to me, I'm a novice person. I know pretty much nothing about modern AI, but I came from a background of critical thinking because of my education in science to know that things don't line up from articles, from media outlets and stuff, being at the other end of things too. Like, I kid you not, I knew and became affiliated with the people who did the blue light study. Like, lots of people who contributed to the whole light circadian rhythm study by coincidence. And when that hit I don't know if you guys were part of that. Like, I'm sure because both of you work in technology, right? That whole idea of like blue light, light keeping you alert, interrupting your circadian rhythm, that stuff, I actually had the privilege of knowing many of the people who contributed to that. Not in the way it was sensationalized in media. Think about how pervasive that is still to this day. I don't know if anyone's giving you the recommendations like, oh yeah, don't do. Are you telling me I can look at the sky again? Yes, you should look at the sky. It's tough. Like, what was the other thing? Okay, since a lot of people, when I was still a scientist, a lot of people approached me for things like, I don't get it. Why do I have to go outside? Right? I can do everything on the inside, and it's already been debunked that the monitor screen doesn't do anything to our eyes and stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. Calm down, slow down. Okay, there are a lot of things those research may or may not like suggest, right? And then the media spins it in a certain way. But there are things we don't understand. There are a lot of things we don't understand, and it's a great exaggeration of sensationalism that what you're doing. When you walk outside, there's something still not understood about the sun's property when it comes to like human mental health and welfare that is way complex. So be careful, right? Be careful. So the hyper sensationalism of things like blue light will burn your retinas out, and like so and so will pretty much make you not be able to sleep. That's the hyperbolic sensationalism I'm talking about. And even being associated with some of the people who contributed to those research, those individuals themselves would not be comfortable in how that type of information has been applied, blown out, or sensationalized. And then on top of that, much like the whole modern AI thing, it took a business to capitalize on that fear-mongering. If you know what I mean. So like, I still remember the time when they sold those like gaming glasses that like blocked out blue light, you know, like at like I don't know how much money they made off that. It was like a multi-billion, probably like a multi-million or $1 billion like investment, just tinting plastic frames on a cheap plastic holder. Like, I wear glasses most of my life now, so I could that stuff is what happens. And I feel like the modern AI thing is much like that too. It echoes a lot of the sentiments at the intersection of business versus intellectual understanding. Is it like when scientists say that 95% of the ocean is unexplored, but how would they know 95 of the that's kind of hyperbolic. I'm not an oceanographer, but oh, you have to find out who actually said it and who actually claimed things, right? So it's kind of weird. What I'm saying, Gabriel, is if you're really liking certain things, oftentimes it is nice to look at the other side of things that make you worry. At the same time, things that bring worry also brings opportunity. So sometimes, no, but you misunderstand. You're a scientist. You're supposed to know these things. Isn't it? Isn't that how it should be, right? I remember someone saying like, but you're an expert. Where am I going to get my answers? Like, listen, I have more. If there's anything I have more of, I have more questions than you do. That's the side of a true expert, in my opinion. Like when people say like, but how am I gonna know if I should have a glass of wine every week with my cheese? I'm like, trust. Are you staying healthy? Like, is this like I don't know how to respond to that, because I can only tell you what we know now, sort of, and then you have to guide that. Because if there's anything that a scientist have, it's probably more questions than the person asking the questions. It's kind of like the scariest thing. Like, there's a place for media and stuff because they imply a certain assurance, right? A certain assurance. But if you were to interpret and go to the source, I would say they are far less more confident than even the person asking the question. Because we only know so much. But the thing is, we make it work. That's kind of like the coolest thing. And when I mean we, I'm referring to the human race here. Like the humans as a collective. Humans are robust. Oh no, I sound like an AI now. Robust collective. So when push comes to shove, I earnestly believe that humans can adapt, at least for the near future. Still, it's more of a philosophical point. I don't have any answers.
口
I'm largely trying to make someone feel a little bit more comfortable in what they're doing, because that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to make people feel uncomfortable, question their lives' motives, embrace nihilism, and start worrying about things that may not necessarily be within their control, but allow them to reach a quality of life where, hey, if most of your life is happy, I say good on you, man. That is a job well done, right? I think with greater knowledge comes even greater questions. And with even greater questions come with a sacrifice in mental health in handling that knowledge. So the internet is basically a potential dumpster fire on someone's mental health. So occasionally you can put out the fire, but if you let that consume you, that's the stuff that I talked about earlier. Like, I think that we have access to so much information that at some point, the betterment, regardless of the betterment of our human condition, we will begin to become unhinged from all the information. It's scary. It's scary to think.
4年生
Which relates to what Jacob said. I think technology is moving at a pace that we might have to slow down a little bit, just a wee bit, so that humans can moderate or gauge or kind of slowly like catch up to that stuff, because it's an unprecedented time we live in. I'm not trying to talk down the human race, but I don't think humans were ready for how much different types and explosive of information we could we could have in such a small amount of time. This, in my opinion, is an unprecedented time. The thing is, in the future, it will still be the same. It will be another unprecedented time. Once we do this, it's going to be another unprecedented time. That's kind of the nature of the human condition, right? We're always seeking to have under unprecedented times. I don't think the human race have often said, "Oh yeah, we don't want more of something." This is borderline philosophy at this point. I'm sure I'll be saying this in another 20 years, in another 30 years. Probably take this to my deathbed, where, yeah, another is another unprecedented time. I don't know what that will look like, but the internet is certainly one of them. It's true, and most of technology we have now is only 300 years old. Yeah, I can't even imagine what it's like in the future. It's crazy to think 1,000 plus years, the way they'll live is gonna be foreign to us. I'm not even sure. I mean, like, if you talk to your grandparents and stuff, it's practically foreign already, you know, within a generation or 2 generations. It's already practically foreign. I think that's the scariest part about humans, and also the most fantastic part about humans. I think that's something that, regardless of culture, regardless of principles or something, humans are, you gotta celebrate being humans, for better or for worse. You are human, so sometimes self-loathing and self-hate doesn't really lead to a very happy life, you know?
2年生駅
I'm looking forward to seeing what China, Korea, and Japan will do in the next 10 years. It's actually been on my radar. I read quite a lot about them. Being someone that has never really actually been to any of those, or witnessed anyone, or even talked to anyone of that. It's always been at arm's length from, you know, the bubble of the United States.
5つ
5つ
2人
Oops, that's not 2人
7
7
つ
Oh, I forgot this is personalized practice. I just lost the heart. Dang it.
4人
What is this? 6つ
6つ
Okay.
7つ 7つ
I think the weirdest one that I've ever said to someone about cancer is the thing that I typically talk about when it comes to like the empirical foundations of genetics, in my opinion, like some dogma of genetics when it comes to cancer, is that the trade-off in having the potential of naturally forming cancer, right? The system that we have is also the system that enables humanity to change as an organism. So what I'm saying about that is the same mutations that may result in cancer is also the same capacity for humans to change. I don't want to use the word evolve because that can be misconstrued, but the capacity for humans to adapt, like both biologically, is also the capacity and mechanism behind how mutations occur. So it's one of those things that, well, technically you could say being alive makes you cancerous, like literally from within, as opposed to thinking about exogenous ways of things that induces cancer, like carcinogens. Is it sometimes bad to envy animals and insects? All they really care about in life is to live and survive. They don't care about becoming famous or anything else, but to live and spread their seed. They don't want to really accomplish anything. Ooh, that's getting really deep. I don't think so. Is it really? What does it make you feel bad? I've been thinking a lot lately about the Neanderthals, since there was the news lately of the reconstructed appearance of one. I did catch an article on that covering the Neanderthals thing and the idea of having two different species of humans. Jacob, have you seen a show called Sense8? That's actually the synopsis for Sense8. You have not? All right. We're not friends anymore. We can no longer be friends. That's where our resonance have ended. It's over. It's all ruined. I'm just kidding. Sense8's synopsis is that, by the way. It's from the writers who wrote The Matrix. It's on Netflix. It's a really funny proposition, but the whole thing about having two different species of humans, has been a very provocative theory for some time, and then now with even more evidence, that's pretty interesting.
Nine. 4人 2人 6つ 5つ
Why am I getting? Oh yeah, this is practice.
1日
Sure.
6つ
Okay.
6つ
So this stuff still stays the same. The personalized practice toggles between this format, where it's only kana and kanji being paired up, and then the other format where there's translation. Interestingly enough. I kind of like that they're doing it this way, since there's enough things now, I suppose.
合います
That's definitely a change. I'm not sure if it's a change because of the updates in the background or it's always been this way. I would need someone else's outside experience in order to confirm that.
先月 1回
1回
6つ 3
3
5月1日は忙しいですか ?5 月1日に家族とピクニックに行きます。一緒に行きませんか
Oh, except for this. Except for the listening thing. But technically everything is inviting a friend though.
5月1日は忙しいですか ?5 月1日に家族とピクニックに行きます。一緒に行きませんか ?5 月1日は忙しいですか ?5 月1日に家族とピクニックに行きます。一緒に行きませんか
I couldn't make out the second sentence.
5月1日は忙しいですか ?5 月1日に家族とピクニックに行きます。
Oh, okay.
一緒に行きませんか
いつがいいですか
いつかに、いつがいいですか5月1日がいいです。
何名様ですか
何名様ですか Oh. Dang. Forgot the 何名様ですか
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか
4人です。Okay. Wait. Did I not get like a double XP? What? Where's my double XP?
1
Hold up. Sensei.
2年生
Nensei.
先生
Sensei.
先月
Sengetsu.
1年生
Nensei.
3年
Nensei.
先生
1年生
Oops. I stopped short there. No one saw anything.
1年生
先生
何年生
Nensei.
先生
Sensei.
先月
Sengetsu.
3年生
Nensei.
1年
Nensei. No bonus XP from practice. What? I don't get a double XP from personalized practice? Oh. Okay. Oh no. It is 3. It's 3 lessons. So okay, so the number in the lessons changed too. So I'm guessing this is still 6, right? And this is 6. This is 3. But this review is only 3 lessons. And I'm guessing the trophy is 1. Shut up. Shut up, Lotus. I just can't. It's charming, okay? You better start using some politically correct terminology. It's charming. Yeah, it's kind of janky, actually. It's pretty janky. Oh, so there it's not even 6. It's not a six thing. So I actually think I can do a whole unit. I think I can do a whole unit in one day. But that will strain me so hard. So maybe I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Because it could be too much of a strain. I could be moving too fast. Since this is only 3. It's only 3 lessons here. So it's half the lessons. So really it's 6, right? 6. Actually, I don't even know if this is 6. You can't see the numbers. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, no. I have to get... Yeah, you can't even see the numbers anymore after you complete them. So we'll see. So this is 3. And this must be a... let's see if it's a unique pool. You feel like I get a second win like 2 lessons before the trophy? You get a second win? Oh, you mean like get a second boost? Like in motivation and stuff? Because I can totally relate to the idea of getting close to the finish line and you get a second win. Second win feels great when you can like start to approach the finish line of anything, in my opinion. If that's what that's the comment you're saying.
Sensei. Sensei.
Yeah, I'll have no motivation and I get close to trophy and it's like, gotta finish this unit. Exactly. I'm on point with you on that one. I do get like the moment like, oh, it's just another unit. Like, you know, it's one away. I can finish it. Do you play video games? Lotus, you strike me as someone who doesn't dabble in a lot of video games. But you know roguelikes? You know how like the roguelike genre is like one of the indie spots, right? This is one of the indie darlings, and they play on that. They play on that second win all the time, like psychologically. Like, oh yeah, you were so close. You saw the finish line, and it's like, just one more. I was so close. And then one more again. Oh, I can see it. It's like, yeah, one more. The roguelike. And you're always scrapping, so you always have this element of I can make it. to the end. Like, it's there. I see it. I can picture it. And then bad luck strikes, and then you're like, no, I'm going back in. I'm currently playing another Crab's Treasure, the Crab Dars. Oh wait, that one's really cute. Another Crab's Treasure. Yeah, I like roguelikes quite a lot. I enjoy roguelike form, like the roguelike foundation. That I really refer to the roguelike foundation by its psychological effect. Like that. Oh, you're always scrapping, but you can always see a path to victory. Like, even though it's obscured so much and you're kind of like already expecting to lose, it always feels like you have one. Especially Hades. Yo, dude. I'm waiting as well. I already told, were you here when I was saying Platinum keeps asking me when I'm gonna play video games. My 2024 year is the year of Hades 2. But I'm probably gonna be July sale. I'll probably buy it for EA and I'll wait to the end of 2024. That's what Supergiant Games' announcement is, that the launch window is at 2020. But I am a big fan of not just roguelikes, but Supergiant Games like Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, and then Hades, and then now Hades 2. So we might be buds, Lotus. We might be buds playing Hades 2. Sorry. So help me, if you spoil Hades 2, I'm just kidding. Or am I?
来月
来月
4
4
人
10
10
月 Supergiant Games is an incredible studio. I've listened to Darren Korb's music. Yeah. Is that how you say his name? Korb's music. Supergiant Games is wonderful, and their residential artists. You can see a Supergiant Games from 8 miles away, man. You don't even have to be a very inclined artist to notice like this kind of looks, sounds, and feels like a Supergiant Games game. You just look at it, it's like, yeah, that kind of looks like a Supergiant Games. Is that you be right? Yeah, it's one of my darlings of my obsession with indie games. I think Supergiant Games is one of the gold standards. Obviously, Lorien right now is holding up the banner for the indie sector. You know, Lorien Games. Larian Games, or Larian Studios. I don't actually know if they go by Larian Studios or Larian Game Studios, or however you, but Larian. Okay. Daigaku.
4時間
This is soccer.
サッカ
So no, it's still taking from a similar pool, sort of. Okay, I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need a higher sample size in the future to really know if the pool expanded. I don't think the pool expanded. This is yeah. 大学の大学のyeah, スタジアでサッカーの試合があります。Yeah, this is a existing one already. So, right? 大学先生月曜日今夜 Oh, I haven't seen this one though. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Quick. Someone help that football. Oh no. It's not aligned. You could see that someone accidentally shifted it. It shifted out of place. Now we can call Duolingo. Yeah, it's ruined. This is the worst thing ever. It's basically cue the internet memes. This is unplayable. Unplayable. My immersion's gone. It's absolutely unplayable. This is the worst game ever. Look at that. Well, you know what's funny about this? This also would suggest that this part is a single element. If you know what I mean. So now you start to wonder, was this created using vectors? Or was it a static rasterized image? Now we start getting into the deep cuts here. Because the way this is offset, it would be like some sort of vector dependent unit. I want you to right click and see if it's in SVG being rendered. Okay. Definitely SVG, but wondering if it's external or coded defined. Okay, hold up. How do I do that again? It's I go to inspect, right? I'm not good enough with this stuff, so I don't know what I'm looking for. Can I discern it from here? Oh, interesting. Your writing program is covering... Oh, no. No. It's not that. It's, I'm cut off certain amounts because, of, making sure I don't, I shaped my borders and stuff in case, I dox myself. I'm preventing to dox myself, but what am I actually looking for? There's a canvas called Notepad used for writing. So you want to close that? Oh, this thing. Oh, hold up. Oh, hang on. And then, oh, that's why it looks weird. You're right, because it's overriding. Oh, I get it. Oh, so it intercepted the right. Oh, okay. I get what you mean now. So wait. Hold. Oh, maybe it is one. Class. Right click directly on the owl and inspect again. Okay. Hold up. Oh, it does matter. Oh yeah, it does matter. It's a cloud image source. It really is a single image. Oh my gosh. So wait, someone didn't make a mistake. Someone actually drew that. Oh, maybe it's a motion line. Maybe it's a motion line. So they're going for like a whoosh. It's a static image from like some sort of cloud source. Yeah, I think the artist actually overlooked it. So it's actually a static image. I can't, you know what I mean by the whoosh, right? So like if you try to do like action lines, you could add like a bit of orbitals here to make it look like it's like Duolingo, you know, Duo is grabbing the football and then pulling it towards it. So it's kind of like a whoosh thing, but that's stretching it. I don't think that's where this is going. Yeah, talk about unnecessary. I know. Unnecessary. Let's move on. I don't think so. I'm a pretty bad artist, but I don't think so. That'd be a stretch. Oh, and I have a question for you. Is this American football abbreviated? Is it longer than this? Amefuto. Oh, that's really? They don't say like America football. Fudo? Yeah. But it does come from America football. Oh, futobaru. Okay, futobaru. Okay. Okay. Because the moment I saw this, I'm like, oh, wow. When you first mentioned Trader Joe's, well, how did your partner shorten Trader Joe's? Torajo? Or something? The moment you mentioned that, Torejo. So Torejo, the moment you mentioned that, I become so hyper focused and hyper aware of every abbreviation. And the moment I see these things, I'm like, Shady would know something about this. I can't unsee the Japanese. Like what I mean by this is this Japanese thing is so American too. If you know what I mean. I feel like if there's a thing that can bring Japanese and English together, is this like tendency to abbreviate and truncate and contract things. You know? What you doing? Right? Shady? What you doing? What you doing? Okay. What am I doing here? What the heck is utaitai?
Utaitai.
I don't know what utaitai is actually. Oh wait, I do know utaitai. Never mind. Just kidding. I know utaitai.
Utaitai.
Thai form. Utaitai. I want to sing. That's singing. I don't think Duolingo teaches brand names, but you'll see McDonald, McDonald, oh, I heard this before. Makdo, it's like Makdonakudo, yeah, and then it becomes just Makudo, yeah, Makdo, yeah. I think McDonald's kind of is hard to say, really. In my opinion. And I think if you want McDonald's breakfast, you actually say oh my gosh, MAKU. Okay, that's kind of weird. I don't like that. It's not no, I'm just kidding. I feel a little apprehensive about that because that sounds like breakfast me. Because I don't know if you know, but I go by Maku. So you're basically saying asamaku. Asama ma tsu gu. Maku. I'll wake up and my husband will look at me and say asamaku tabetai. Do they does your husband like the US McDonald's? Is it like sufficient? I'm curious. My parents used to love McDonald's. I like they like getting breakfast items, dude. Yeah, but the menu is lacking. Yeah, when it comes to breakfast, like McDonald's breakfast, that was my parents' jam. Like that I'm nostalgic for McDonald's breakfast items, largely because when they like first came to the United States, that's the bee's knees. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, but I can tell you now, even a lot of my extended families would agree as well. And then other second gen Asian Americans tend to have similar thoughts. So I don't know what it is about a breakfast at McDonald's, but it's kind of funny you chose everything. You specifically brought in McDonald's breakfast. The French fries and the sausage egg McMuffin are the same, but in Japan they have shrimp burgers are incredible. Doesn't exist here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Shrimp is definitely a very versatile set of protein to place in. Yeah, the sausage egg McMuffin are the same. Interesting. Huh? And the French fries. Fair enough. I have so many questions for you and your husband. アメフトのサクル。Oh, サクル. They brought that back too. サクルに入りたいです. Oh, this is actually a new prompt. Yeah. 入りたいです. Sakuru is the word they introduced for club. I was told that Sakuru is different. Other people who learn something for club, it's not Sakuru. And it might also come from the whole anime thing, where like high school clubs and stuff. So there was a bit of discussion between when someone saw me being introduced to Sakuru. I don't actually know what the other term is. I actually didn't pay close enough attention to anime back then about like school clubs and like slice of life shows or something like that. I don't remember hearing the word Sakuru.
どの
どの学校に入りますが、wait.
に
Wait.
に入ります。
Oh, ka. Sakuru is like generally for clubs, groups, cliche, cliques, or I say cliche, cliques, or what have you. But most often you'll see like, oh, category boo. Okay, I see. So you're adding boo to a category. I see. Fair enough. Oh, busque. Oh yeah. Okay, I get it. Busquebu. Ah, I see. And I like that you use busque. I mean basque. Sorry, basque. I said busque. Basquebu. Basque. I already knew basque before basketball, right? And Duolingo insists on using basketball. I'm like, in the kana section, if you land on basque, they say basketball too. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Every time it came up. Okay. So daigakse. Oh, does your husband nasalize some of gaz? I kind of like it. It kind of reminds me of Mandarin, actually. Like daigakse, or daingaku. It's really it came from gakusei, actually. The first time I heard the nasalization of the synthetic voices, was daingakusei, or atama ga ii, atama ga ii, right? Smart. So sometimes I really like the nasally nga, which is very Mandarin. And nga offsets a lot of specific places. And it kind of feels natural a lot of times when I do it. I just let it in there. Let it happen. Like a sungaku. Sungaku desu. Sungaku desu. Even though I don't know what is being nasalized or what isn't, I'm just saying that when I think about like the sound production, like sometimes when it's close to like a ku, it kind of feels nice to nasalize the nga. So sungaku, kind of like gaku, daigaku. So I go back and forth though. So daigaku ni harimashita, short. And then senko, incense, lotus.
Wa.
Senko wa sugaku desu. Senko. Immediately when this was introduced, Lotus said it's incense also, and then immediately the next day when I was reviewing this, someone else said like incense, and I'm like, okay, all right, I got it. I got it. Can't unknow anymore. You know, can't unknow. Okay. So, 大きい、キャンパスに大きい木があります。Want to pick up dinner, but we'll be listening to the stream, won't be typing since you're driving. Okay. Be safe. I hope the driving is good. And you're gonna have to tell me all the nitty-gritty details of your dinner. You can't just simply tell me about dinner and not tell me about dinner. It's also how you refer to the first batter? Really? Oh. Your dinner is Taco Bell is boring? Listen, nothing's boring to me. Come on. You bet I'm building a profile of your Taco Bell. You gotta tell me your order, okay? The details. And then all the things that led to that decision, you know? We're working up a profile here. Taco Bell. Classic. Campus ni ookii ki ga arimasu.
大きい木があります。
田舎の大学でにありました。よく図書館is classroom. よく図書館で勉強します。I often study. Oh, Toshokan is library. Ugh. Wait, what is hold up. Toshokan is library. Classroom is Kyoshitsu. Yeah, Kyoshitsu. Kyoshitsu. I jumped the gun. Should have took my time. Okay. Well, Shokan. Yeah. Should have attached it to Jisho. Thought about Jisho, then I would have gone to Shokan. アメフ
アメフ
トの
の
スタジアムはとても大きいです。
スタジアム
スタジアム
は
は
と
とて
ても
も
大
大きい
きいで。
ですす。
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
いつ高校をno いつ高校を卒業しましたか？ I'm just gonna stick with 卒業しましたか? I think right now that kind of runs off my tongue a little bit better for the moment. 卒業しましたか? What do we have? 去年卒業しましたか? しました。花さんは okay. Graduated last year. Okay. 去年卒業しました。
大学に何がありますか？
大学に何がありますか？What's there at the university? Alright, sure. 何がありますか？ Okay, sure.
歴史の先生はどんな人ですか？
歴史 Oh, I didn't do 歴史 I totally forgot about 歴史 history 歴史の先生はどんな人ですか? Okay, どんな人ですか? Oh, you can do it that way too. Okay. 面白い人です。This is the one there, but they can be scary. でも少し怖いです。It can be a bit scary.
高校を卒業しました。
Coco. Oh, why did they say she? They picked she in that one. What the heck? Coco を組織をしました。卒業しました。
卒業しました。
いや、卒業
しました。
いや、卒業。I'm not gonna. 卒業しました。I graduated high school. Is that all you wanted to say? Yeah.
大学の先生は面白いです。
大学の先生は面白いです。Okay. 大学の先生は面白いです。The university professors are interesting. Moving right along here. That was one?
大学の先生は親切な人です。
親切な。Okay.
大学の先生は親切
な人です。大学の先生は親切な人です。 The university professor is a kind person. 田舎の空気。田舎の空気はとても綺麗ですね。Probably 綺麗, right?
長い
That's not it.
きれい
綺麗. Oh, right. I forgot about, was it? Hunpen. Hunpen. Right? Huben. Yeah, Huben. Inconvenient. Huben. Next to, Dandy. Bendy. Okay. Is it inconvenient?
田舎
田舎
は
は
不便
不便
で
ですす
か
か？キャンパスの銀行はとても
便利
便利です. Of course, they would place it in contrast to convenience and inconvenience. So, キャンパスの原稿はとても便利です. The air is clean.
空気
空気はきれい
は
です.
きれいです。
大学のバス停は少し便利。No. Poop. It sounds like I'm saying poopin. Poopin です。
バス停で
poopin. 大学のバス停は少し不便です。Oh, hey, there's our drug store.ドラッグストアに、oh, wait. 街にドラッグストアがあります。街にドラッグストアがあります。大学にOh yeah, 大学に郵便記憶。郵便記憶。
郵便
記憶。大学に郵便記憶はありますか？
キャンパスの近くにデパートはありますか？
キャンパスの近くにデパートはありますか？デパート。Whoops. キャンパスの近くにデパートはありますか？はい。でも5時に閉まります。It comes out so fast from my mouth that I thought I was skipping a syllable there. 閉まります。はい。でも5時に閉まります。They close at 5. So. Super. で、薬? Oh, yes. 薬を買います。薬 medicine.
で、
Yeah, yeah. スーパーで薬を買います。街にドラッグストアはありません。Yeah, there's no drugstore in
キャ
town.
ンパスの近くに銀行はありますか？
キャンパスの近くに銀行はありますか？はい、でも3時に閉まります。Close at 3.
親切な人。
親切な人。
ナオミさんはテニスをしますか？
ナオミさんはテニスをしますか？はい。キャンパスにテニスコートがあります。There's a tennis court on campus.
バス停はありません。
バス停はありません。There's no bus stop. I don't know why I said it that
大
way.
学の郵便局は小さいです。
大学の郵局は小さいです。Okay. The post office is small. Wait, the post office the post office next. Wait. The university's post office. Yeah. The university's post office is small. 大学の郵便局は小さいです。パパーン。Why does it only give 10 points?
いろいろな鉛筆を買います。
いろいろな鉛筆。Yeah, 鉛筆
を
or something. 買います。
ます。いろいろな鉛筆を買います。
Okay, I'm gonna buy all sorts of pencils. Interesting comment. いろいろな鉛筆を買います。Oh, there goes our big pencil, our threatening big pencil. In my discovery and realization that Duo is an owl. A very creepy owl at that. Originally. Now Duo is adorable, you know? Could be even more adorable. Oh, I could do like a Duo take on it. What would I do? Probably like accent the eyes a little bit more. Make the beak even smaller. Oh, make him like completely round? Oh, this is too close. Too close. Like a really, oh no. I'll have to work on it. I can think of a idea. But we'll add like a little flare and some flakes or like some extra line art here and there along the feathers. I'll have to think about it. Somehow we're gonna have to throw in Duolingo in with Duo and the cast of Duolingo in with the Japanese prompts in October. Shopping center で大きい鉛筆yeah
大きい。
大きい yeah right 大きい鉛筆を買いました。 It is a big pencil.
クラスメートと隣の町に行きます。
Oh, I totally forgot about classmate. Classmate.
クラスメート
Classmate. Classmate.
の
No. The person in front of me ordered 100 worth of Taco Bell? That is an impressive amount of food, especially from Taco Bell. What the heck?
の
Where's my share?
クラスメートと隣の町に行きます。
To,
隣
tonari, right. The whole next to. Classmate. Oh, neighboring, right. Classmate to, classmate to, tonari. Oh my gosh, 3 toes in a row. Classmate to, tonari. Tonari no machi.
町
Machi
に
ni
行きます。
ikimasu?
クラスメートと隣の町に行きます。
Classmate to tonari no machi ni ikimasu. I might have said to one extra time there. 大学の近くの服屋はとてもおしゃれです。たくさん買いました。
買いました。
Okay, let's try that again. 大学の近くの服屋はとてもおしゃれです。たくさん買いました。
カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。カフェで
クラスメート
と
と
ケーキを食べます。カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。
Okay. カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。クラスメートとケーキ。クラスメートケーキをクラスメートとケーキを食べます。よくクラスメートと勉強します。
勉強します。
Sure. 鉛筆とペン。
鉛筆とペン。
鉛筆。カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか？
で
カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか？ショッピングセンターにいいカフェがあります。いいカフェがあります。クラスメートクラスメートクラスメートは町の隣に住んでいます。Dang you! Oh, neighboring town.
キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。
I'm still doing that. 隣の町の服屋に行きましょうか。キャンパスの近くに に素敵な服屋はありません。キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。隣の町の服屋に、隣の町の服屋に行きましょうか。いつもいい。
コンビニ
コンビニでいつも Actually, we can put いつも out here. いつもコンビニで鉛筆を買いましょう。買います。
大学の近くに大きいショッピングセンターはありません。
Okay, how about we go to one? 隣の町のショッピングセンターに行きませんか？
隣の町にショッピングセンターがあります。
ショッピングセンターがあります。Okay. There's a shopping center in the neighboring town. 隣 Oh, no, wait. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, 隣の町にショッピングセンターショッピングセンターがあります。
大学の近くにいい服屋はありません。
大学の近くにいい服屋はありません。One of the people said, I was watching a Japanese reality show right now, and one of the people said, a big chance? Good chance? Like, opportune moment? This is our chance? Sounds like big chance though. Big chance. Yeah. Big chance. Big chance. Ding ding ding, well done. I'm gonna slap you, Lotus. I'm just kidding. Where were you when I was making a funny comment? Listen, how entertaining could how entertaining could that Minecraft streamer be? You know? Did you really go watch the Minecraft streamer? Listen, we gotta talk about this. How do you feel about there's no? How do you feel about this? There are no. How do you feel about this phrasing? There are no. It's become less entertaining as of late, hence the reality show. Oh. There are no clothing stores near the campus. Near the university. Whoops. There are no good clothing stores. Yeah. There aren't any. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You hit it right on the head. Yeah, I would say there aren't any. Yep. Yeah. I know that other people say this though. Online especially. There are no good clothing stores, or like there's no one. There's no one. That's a good one. Right? There's no one. There aren't anyone.
ショッピングセンターにカフェがあります。
Okay. All right. Oh, there's a cafe in the shopping center. Also because I want to use it. Senkai means... Oh, Seikai. Oh, Seikai. I keep doing sen. I don't know why I keep... Whenever I see sei, I want to do sen. Sekai. Sekai. Oh! Wait a minute. Sekai? Wait. Sekai? Sekai is correct answer? Wait. Why does this sound so familiar? Isn't Sekai also... Or Seikai? No, what am I thinking of? What is the word for world? Oh, is it Seikai as in without the Sekai? Is it Sekai? Is that why it sounds like this? It has no E. So Sekai. Oh no. Oh, isekai. Oh yeah. But what does sekai mean? Oh, I know about isekai, but I know it's an anime Lotus, I'm gonna... Lotus, please. Please, what do you think I am? Who do you think I am? It's an anime genre. I'm gonna show you an anime genre. But what does sekai mean? What? I've heard sekai before too. Not isekai. Isekai. A sekai. Alright, I'm just gonna go look this up because I feel like you're just trolling me at the... Yeah, that means world. Wait, then what's the difference between isekai and sekai? Definitely very close pronunciation, but yeah, sekai that's what I refer to as world. Yeah. Cuz you hear it a lot in say like mature anime, when you hear someone like go on a monologue. Yeah, and isekai is different world. Yeah. Different world. Yeah, when you hear a monologue in any of the mature anime, sekai comes up so much, and I don't even know what the pitch accent is for sekai, but I'm gonna go with sekai. Yeah, you hear it so often, when they're saying like, oh, but this is for the betterment of the world, like the world will understand my achievements and we will conquer this world, and it comes up so often. Okay, it's fine. Oh, so Seikai is correct answer. Interesting. Seikai. Good to know. All is correct in the world. Wait. Okay, I can't. I was gonna make up something. If you want it to be high stakes, it better be about saving or conquering the world. Yeah, I was just about to make a mnemonic, but yeah. I was trying to make a mnemonic out of seikai, seikai and sekai, right? And yeah, that's pretty good too. Totally right. Totally right. If you want to be high stakes, it's got to be about saving or conquering the world. Okay. Classmate. Well, wait, I screwed this up, right? Oh yeah, I did screw this up. Tonari no machi ni sundemasu. Okay. Wait, you don't get a double XP here either? Oh, now they're just ruining my... Now I have to change my kanji approach. Because I won't get enough kanji bootstrapping. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, so what is the structure like now? The structure is basically... Oh, I might separate into two. Okay, so basically, once I do this, right? Then kanji happens here. Right? And then there's kanji here. And this is P1. And then this is like P2 half. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Because usually I go through three bouts of kanji on the new. But then again, the kanji is split in half now. So it's only half kanji. I guess that's fine. I can see why they split the kanji because it got pretty big. Not that it won't get bigger, but still. Alright, let's see what happens after Unit 5 review. There's no clothing store near campus. Okay. Campus.
キャンパス
Campus
の
の
近
近
く
く
に
に服屋
服屋は
はありません。昨日、okay, this is a different group. This landed on a different group. 昨日、隣。It's almost a guaranteed the trophy group. It's almost guaranteed the trophy group comes from a different pool. I don't actually know if there are multiple trophy pools though. The trophy doesn't change. Or like what I mean is it's almost 100% success that the trophy group is different from the other two. 昨日 tonari, or at least it kind of feels that way. 昨日隣の町. I could be way off base. I would love to talk to a Duolingo dev to see how the pool is broken down. That might actually, you know what? That might actually make it a little boring. It's no fun trying to knowing the answer. I know how that sounds. Sorry guys. I'm so habitually in a state of looking for answers that it's not as entertaining anymore when you actually know the answer. You know, kind of like robbing the mystery of life. No, we're not going into that topic. 昨日隣の町 how does this work? 町で鉛筆を買いました。Oh no, this is not actually new. Actually, I'm just kidding. Like maybe it's not. Maybe it's all the same. Because I've seen this prompt before as well. I think it's just one, all of them draws from the same number of permutations. And I think there's only like three or four. Because this is a repeat too. 田舎, yeah. 田舎に何がありますか? Yeah, these are repeats as well. Maybe it's just that limited. I could have sworn the trophy one was unique. At least for the listening things. I need more. I need more prompts. More different prompts. Please. Onegaishimasu. Yeah, these are the same. キャンパスに大きいスタジアムがあります。Yeah, カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか? Nah, these are all the same. Actually, I feel like there might be. Okay, I'll probably redefine. I think there might be 3 pools that they just pick regardless. At this point. So it was just by probability that they pick. The question is, are they picking like each time in a lesson, or are they pulling the lesson prompts together, right? Or the lessons. The kanji is pulled together. The kanji is pulled together. You know exactly the order. The order always shows up in the same way. It's the same order every time. The lesson, not quite clear if they're always in the same order. Which makes it for exploitation. Shopping center にいいカフェがあります。Yeah, I think this is the most recent one that I did actually. Oh, okay. Senshu, no, it's slightly different. The past tense. So I already got the stuff with the past tense. This was R2. R2 last time. Or R1, sorry. It's part of R1. One of the lesson sets. This is actually one of the lesson sets that occurred in the R1. Kaimashita. Ikimashita. Yeah.
もう4時半です。銀行は5時に閉まります。早く行きましょう。
Yeah, and then they're going to the bank because it's about to close.
もう4時半です。銀行は5時に閉まります。早く行きましょう。
Yeah, it's already late. I think it was 4 o'clock. Already it's already 4 o'clock. The bank closes at 5. I think in terms of the trophy, right? In terms of the trophy, one thing is consistently different is having these things instead of the prompt up here. So when you're doing like R1, I don't know about R2 anymore. R2 is different. It's like half. It's half now. It's cut in half. But the prompt isn't visible. However, I've noticed that it's been a while, but when I entered section 3, when you get to R2, like before R2 was cut in half, you get these things here. So what I mean is without the prompt, you get these even outside of the trophy. However, in section 2, when I was doing section 2, this setup where you only listen and respond was only in trophies. Only on trophies and like legend, the challenge ones, right? The add additional challenge ones. So there are like an extra layer of changes over time, but in the end, it's still all the same prompts, like all the prompts that you can tell what they are already. So I'm trying my best not to rely on that because I already knew the answer. Like I literally knew the answer when the first 4 words showed up in this prompt.
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
いつ高校を卒業しましたか? And then you know these instantly too, even if you haven't seen these before. You know exactly which one it is. Uh, いつ高校を卒業しましたか? So, when did you graduate high school? Right? Last month. I graduated last month. And you? 先月葬式をしましたか? アナさんは Oh, no, ナオミさんは
具合が悪いです。薬が飲みたいです。でもキャンパスにドラッグストアはありません。とても不便です。
Yeah, see, I know the answer immediately after two words. That's kind of the thing that I'm trying to stop doing. Like, if you're so good, if you're like used to seeing patterns and then you like hear them and say them, immediately you already know the answer before they even finish. This person is unwell. The person's unwell and there isn't a drugstore on campus. So they gotta go buy medicine elsewhere.
具合が悪いです。薬が飲みたいです。でもキャンパスにドラッグストアはありません。とても不便です。
Yeah, it's very inconvenient. It's very inconvenient. Or, yeah, it's very inconvenient.
キャンパスの近くにドラッグストアはありません。
キャンパスの近くにドラッグストアはありません。隣の町のドラッグストアドラッグストアに行きませんか? It could also be like there's something that I'm not quite sure of. It could be also me reading, right? Reading this out loud, and then reading it at the same time, and then seeing it again and reading it more than one time. That is reinforcing this eidetic, like reinforcing my ability to remember the exact phrase and the exact answer. So that's kind of I don't know how I'm going to deal with that in the future because I feel like I'm also taking in less now. I'm trying not to do that too often.
もうすぐ高校を卒業します。そして大学に入ります。数学を勉強したいです。
It's a student. I didn't even have to read. I didn't even have to listen to it because these choices are also unique. So it can only be student based on the first three sentences, the three first words, and then the choices here. It can only be student.
もうすぐ高校を卒業します。そして大学に入ります。数学を勉強したいです。もうすぐ高校を卒業します。そして大学に入ります。数学を勉強したいです。
Yeah, what you call it? They're about to graduate high school soon. They're going to enroll in university and they want to major in math.
歴史の先生はどんな人ですか？
歴史の先生はどんな人ですか？面白い人です。 まで、でも、でも少し怖いです。We just talked about this, about the single phrase about being scary. So, yeah, this is a repeat. 今日も頑張って。ありがとうございます。English wise. English response.
街に木がたくさんあります。
街にたくさん、街に木がたくさんあります。There are a lot of trees. in town. There are a lot of trees in the town. Okay.
この街の空気はいつも綺麗です。
この街の空気はいつも綺麗。No. Wait, いつも綺麗です。Oh, this is that weird one. It's kind of weird. This town's air is always clean. That's kind of weird.
中国語の先生は親切な人です。
中国語の先生は親切な人です。The Chinese language teacher is a kind person. Yep. I'm starting to worry about the uniqueness. Alright. So if that is the case, and there's no double XP. So there's only double XP for the first two. And how many of this is? It's 1 out of 6. So this was still 1 out of 6. So 3, 3, and 1. So 6, 6, 3, 3, 1. And I still think it's about 2 to 3 pools. 2 or 3 pools. I feel like there's how I think about it this way is there are a pool of prompts, right? And there are 2 to 3 sequences. Let's use better phrase. There are 2 to 3 sequences of a pool of prompts. Is probably how it's feeling if I'm really paying attention. Personalized practice is sentence banks, listening and response, like all those things, and fill in the blanks, I think. But that's the first one, the first lesson. The second lesson is matchups. It's entirely kanji and kana as well. Is entirely kanji and kana. It's matchups, flashcards, and only Japanese responses. And then the third lesson, it goes back to this. So like the second lesson of the personalized is always in target. It's always in target. And then this one has mixed, but the pairing and flashcard stuff only occurs in the second lesson, not in the third or the first. So there's some kind of variability there. I need to pay more attention. Okay, well, I get to rest early today, this night. So no double XP. Interesting. I need another incentive to go to the kanji. As long as they preserve these two, I guess I kanji twice. So how long would that take? 6. Usually this would end day 1. This is too short for day 2. That's 6 and 1. That's way too short. It's a tough choice. Guidebook stays the same, right? Yeah, the guidebook stays the same. So they basically just split up the two guidebook things into their separate places. Negative adjectives. Negative adjectives. Alright, folks. It's not as exciting. Not as exciting as I would imagine. I was really hoping for some curveballs. Okay. So largely unchanged. So what I think is, I know why they separated into 3. Because when you had this structure, right? When you had this structure, so this was the old structure, right? I think what they did was, or this, this one, even though it's R2, it might feel like it might have been half and half, 3 and 3. So they decide to separate them into 3 and 3 for each one. And then the personalized practice, there's usually one here and possibly one here. So they added that personalized practice in, and then that's what they stuck with. They kind of like consolidated these into 3 and 3. You get less practice, but it's faster. So what I can say is this is definitely faster. What I mean by that is learning N1, going to R1, doing the P1, and then suddenly having another quick review, pulling from these two. And this one is pulling one of these. This one, N1, is definitely, it's definitely different. Like, without a doubt. Because it has flashcards for like kanji. Like very specific kanji introduction. It has the new words, right? The new words highlights. So this thing is different. This is definitely a unique, I might even say it's a unique pool, as in it's unchanging. This is a static lesson. And then the rest of these, this one, and this one, they're pulling from the same pool of prompts. However, I don't know if it's because I'm in section 3 now that these two down here has a modifier to the listening exercises. And for now, usually this one, it might be a coincidence still, uses older tense. And so far in the last like 3 units, the second half has been using past tense. There's like evidence of past tense. So I don't know. So far, this is what I observed so far. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. It makes it like I want to know. I want to know. All right, folks, there you have it. It's late. I finally get to not go over midnight by 3 hours. I still managed to get a nice little speech done, you know, like the digression. All right, folks. I will try to do this in a whole day, maybe, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. All right, that wraps up day 84. Welcome, welcome, all you new folks. I love it when people are so analytical and so on point, when they know how competent they are, right? Wanted to get some messages out about my objectives, maybe rehearse it a little bit more. And I just want to leave with one note, okay? If you, in my opinion, information is fantastic. Knowing a lot of things is fantastic. However, sometimes constantly wanting to know things might not be so sustainable. If you get so used to always having to know what to expect, there'll come a time when you'll stop doing the things without needing to know. And to me, that could stop someone from forming a relationship with another person. It can stop people from opening opportunities with the fear that maybe it doesn't lead somewhere. But one thing I can earnestly say a lot of times is when you do something ultimately with an open mind and creativity and problem solving, those decisions you make ultimately becomes incredibly valuable over time. I understand that it can be really daunting and scary to get betrayed, hit a dead end, and whatnot. But hey, if you hit those, let's at least talk about it with someone. I would love to talk about it, and we can maybe like shine a new light on it. But ultimately, I think nowadays, with all the information available, it can be very tough to even start anything, knowing that you need to try to know everything before you even start. Healthy people can navigate this for certain, right? Knowing when to take a chance and when not to take a chance. I think nowadays, though, when you're not an adult already, who knows that chance can lead to great things that you can't possibly expect. Finding the thing you love from doing something and not from knowing what you love, that kind of thing is very reasonable for someone who already has life experience for it. However, nowadays, it's so common for me to see people say, I'm worried about wasting my time, so therefore I don't. And then you ask them, well, it doesn't sound like you like that thing all that much to take a chance. That, well, I do like the thing. I wish it didn't make me feel insecure about possibly not liking it if I continue doing it. I think that's kind of unfortunate, because if you like something you're scared of doing, then what about the things you don't like? You don't do them either. So what do you have left? If you're not willing to take chances at the idea that you know enough to get started, and then have a combination of ignorant bliss versus competence, again, you can talk yourself out of so many things. At least that's what I was trying to get at with the whole internet hustle culture thing. Know enough to start, but I wouldn't recommend someone to know too much to stop. Right? All right, folks. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck with everything. I would love to hear all the adventurous moments that you have. Jacob totally didn't tell me about his Taco Bell dinner. I'll get on that later, tomorrow. And as always, guys, また明日。じゃあね。